Well. Hello. I'm back. Day 114. Welcome, guys. Starting a little bit later. Actually, no, this is decent. It's about 7 p.m. I'll be going until midnight. Yeah, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do what we did yesterday and the day before. Fedorevsky is in the chat already. Thank you, saying howdy. Howdy back at you, Fed. Yo, I think I'm allergic to my cats. I was cuddling Nala earlier, and I think I had her head resting against my neck. And now, like, that's the only thing I can think of, but now my neck has been super itchy. So, pray for me that I'm not becoming allergic to cats. That would be something, right? Welcome, guys. Let me just monitor everything here. As usual, I am continuing to test between YouTube vertical, YouTube landscape, Twitch, and I haven't started the TikTok live yet. I'm going to start that up in a second. But yeah, welcome. One thing, by the way... oh, wait, hold on. Let me make sure I have everything set up properly. Okay, Cider music is playing. Check. Microphone is okay. Check. Although, do let me know. Testing. Okay, yeah, it should be set up so it doesn't blow out your eardrums if I accidentally scream into the mic. What else is check? Chrome browser, okay, it should be okay. Cool. Thank you very much for being here, guys. I am about... I think yesterday I said I was like 95%. I woke up this morning, felt good enough to go to the gym, so I did. But I was probably still more like at 96, 97% ready. Testing, L thing. Yo, thank you very much for being here. L, by the way, I didn't see this previously, but I think as I monitor the Twitch side of things, it says you reached a stream streak of, was it 20? Yeah, 20 stream streak. So dang, man, thank you very much. Obviously, that means a lot that you found my stream worthy enough of your time. So thank you. Same with you, Fed. I don't think YouTube has that kind of streak concept, but I know you've been consistently supporting the stream and the channel, so thank you very much, Fed. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. All right. So like I said, I'm just kind of setting things up right now. Things are a little bit more hectic as I've been exploring some of these other streaming things. And then the other thing I need to test out... Hold on. Let's start up the TikTok live. Mindful Grinds is also here. Yo, thank you guys. Thanks for hopping in. We're being... See, I did tell you we're going to be consistent. I'm back in the grind of things, okay? We're streaming every day. Probably won't stream on Friday, but tomorrow I'll be streaming. And then Saturday, Sunday, probably I will take off as usual. But yeah, Mindful says, yo, Bell, up on the 65-inch screen while I'm folding laundry. Nice, man. I am good laundry material, I guess. Good way to have coffee and get the morning rolling. Yes, good morning. It's almost 7 p.m. my time. I don't know what time it is for you over there, but good morning. I'll be like a radio host. I'll work on my radio voice, and I'll do like the over to you live from blah, blah, blah. Okay, give me a second here. We're going to start up the TikTok live stream. Okay, let's see. Do I just hit save? Go live. And go live. Testing. Okay, I think I am now live on TikTok, but you know what? Who knows? Who asks? That kind of fun stuff. Let me also figure out how to set up everything so I can monitor all the chats and conversations. Mindful says almost 9 a.m. Wisconsin Central Time. Dang, okay. 9 a.m. Well, thank you very much for tuning in. I think I've got everything set up now. Let me shrink this guy just a bit more. And do let me know if you can hear the music all right. Hopefully it's not too overbearing. I think I made a few changes here and there. Oh yeah, right now, you guys should be seeing my cat camera. I believe it's on Kimbap. Look at that guy. Why does Kimbap look like he's... you know what he looks like? It looks like a drumstick, right? Or it looks like a Thanksgiving turkey. I have been fattening him up a bit, so, you know, gotta watch out, Kimbap. Don't piss me off. Okay, welcome, guys. I think I have everything set up. Welcome, welcome. Test message. And then Fed says it's almost 4 p.m. in Norway. Yes, Norway, 4 p.m. Who was I talking to? I think Kavai was here the other day because I was mentioning I would love to start setting up some film projects. Admittedly, I've been a bit busy the past few days. I haven't had time to get into like properly putting film projects together for like funding and or pitching and stuff. But you guys are quite familiar. I've talked a lot about potentially going to Norway or the Scandinavian countries plus Mongolia for a cool reindeer tribe duality kind of a story. Mindful says, haha, kitty cat turkey. Yeah, oh, he doesn't look like a turkey anymore. But everyone say hello to Kimbap. And then both my cats are hanging out with me today. Wow. I feel loved. Good girl Nala. I do need to keep... I have to figure out this whole ASMR thing. I keep saying I'm going to do it, but I have to buy some stuff to like get it all set up. But if you guys like the ASMR of my cats purring, I will definitely look to try to set that up a bit more, you know, make it an actual part of the stream. Welcome everyone. Thanks everyone on TikTok as well. If you're hopping in on TikTok, this is I think my fourth or fifth time testing out TikTok lives. And so that shouldn't change. I think I'll just continue doing it. What is the harm is the real question. And I think if I continue streaming on TikTok, eventually they might like me enough that they might give me the stream key permissions so then I can absorb the TikTok stream into OBS. So yeah, anyways, who cares? Everything is running smoothly. I believe the music, everything's there. I just need to fire up DaVinci and let me fire up Lightroom. We're going to do some photo editing and video editing today. I'm thinking we're going to start over on the video editing side. We got Mongolia lined up. Mindful says, I want to comment how much better the R3D is compared to H.265 on the ZR. I will no longer try to film in H.265. Footage is often blah if I cannot control the lighting. You're not the first one to mention that. I think that was like a common complaint that had come out about the ZR when shooting in H.265. From my end, I only did my entire shoot with the ZR was done in the R3D, and I was of the opinion that like, hey, if I've got this camera that shoots in this very amazing color science, I didn't really see the need to drop it down, or I would feel like it's a little bit of you know, you're like underutilizing this camera that's capable of so much more. So this might be a little bit of a, I don't know if privilege is the right word, but it was a bit of a conversation in my mind where I was like, you know what? If I'm using the ZR, I want to use it to its maximum. But I know that that's not like, you know, not everyone can operate that way. Sometimes you do need to rely on a lower resolution or like the H.265 for certain projects. So I don't know. Hopefully that's something that Nikon can fix if it seems to be like a common complaint about the H.265 format. But yeah, literally the only time I'm shooting in like quote unquote H.265 is if I was doing a live stream. But even on this live stream, I think I have the camera here set up. Let me go back to full screen. I think I have the camera here set up to, I think it's in Apple ProRes in SDR mode. So it's still got the colors and stuff. And then it gets transported into whatever the pipeline allows and feeds it back into OBS and my computer. But I'm not sure what it is. Give me a second, guys. I need to turn on the AC. And I probably need to put my hair up because I start heating up my ears, honestly. This is why I need to go to Norway. I need to just be near I need some cold in my life, okay? Give me a second. All right, we're back. It is mostly client work. Hold on. Fed says the H.265 is variable bitrate, and for some reason the algorithm is set to shoot too low bitrate too often. The H.265 on the Z63 is much better. Maybe they can change it. Okay. You know, these are good comments and feedback. Yeah, hopefully, you know, if it seems like it's a firmware fixable thing, obviously that is the hope, right? So Mindful says it is mostly client work and the steps to transform it back to a reasonably storable file size for archive. It would be the same if it was with any red footage. Okay. I did a Zoom call yesterday with the ZR setup for ProRes SDR through my Blackmagic system. It looks great. Interesting. Yeah, I was using, yeah, like I said, right now, what you see here of me is in the ProRes, and then I don't know what the, listen, I don't know any of the terminologies, but it is whatever, downsampled or downgraded into whatever the Elgato Camlink 4K is capable of, and then converting into, yeah, back into the Mac. So, but yeah, like, listen, I'm a fan, but I agree with you. I love shooting in the R3D. The H.265 sounds like that's something that needs to be adjusted. But speaking of that, maybe we'll start off by showing a little bit. We'll get back into editing mode. I think I need to fix this thing again. Come on. Give me a second. What broke? I need to go to editing. And then restart capture. There we go. Pesky OBS constantly breaking on me. What can you do? JD Dion De Beer says hello over on the TikTok side. Well, thank you, JD, for saying hello. I'll say hello to you too. Thank you for liking the live stream, and thanks for joining the live stream. I'm still new to TikTok, so if I miss something or if I'm doing something incorrectly, just know it's me, not you. But hopefully you enjoy it. We're extending my presence across the different platforms. So just as that quick little introduction I should always give, I am a wildlife and travel content creator, starting off in photography, and I've now shifted over into filmmaking. And I usually leverage my travels as my content, or the stories that I can turn into film. So what I do on the live streams, well, now that I'm not traveling, or whenever I'm not traveling, I will be working. I'm always working, and I have so much footage, photos that I need to edit and share with the rest of you guys. So that is what I do on the live streams. I show the behind the scenes. How do I make my photos, my reels, my YouTube videos? All of it is out there in the open for you guys to consume, for you guys to hopefully learn from if there's anything there to learn, and then also for you guys to teach me. So win-win-win, as they say. So thank you very much. TikTok, I am testing now. Oh, let me switch over on TikTok as well. So on the TikTok side, because I still haven't set it up, I'm going to switch over to this editing scene. So now you should be able to see my computer screen here and whatever I'm working on. So today we're going to do a mix of editing some photos and videos. So we have a number of countries that I've traveled to that I need to start kind of going through. I think we're going to start with the video side of things, just because we were talking about it. We were talking about this H.265 issue. And then shooting with the Nikon ZR. So let's just kind of continue with that. Fed says, definitely the VBR is yuck. Fed says, I haven't tried it myself, but apparently if you set the camera to SDR H.265, it records higher bitrate and looks fine. SDR and HLG looks fine, while N-Log records too. Low bitrate for whatever reason. And Mindful says, I have done both SDR and HLG. I think HLG looks better, but definitely not as good as the R3D. Let me drink my vitamin C mix so I get back to health, you know? You know, usually, you know those like tablets that you put in the water to give you like vitamin C boost? Usually they taste terrible. All of them taste terrible. But this, whatever this brand is that I've been getting, this is like delicious. This is like straight up, I almost feel happy to be sick so that I could be drinking this. That's how tasty this one is. But obviously not. Who likes being sick? Nobody. It's never going to look as good as raw. says Fed. Yeah. So hopefully you guys can all see my screen here. And which is blank because, whoops, we still haven't gone through anything. So just quick reminder, this is a video that I will be publishing to YouTube hopefully soon. Now, very, very exciting news, I hope. There was one of these editors that I've been reaching out to in the behind the scenes a while ago, who was in the backlog. A really incredible editor from his resume, right? However, like I guess I maybe didn't go into all the details, but I ended up going with an editor who was based locally in Dubai, where I live, because for me that was like, I thought that would be a huge win, because if we're in the same vicinity, that means you know, if I'm sending 200 gigabytes worth of footage or more over Dropbox or WeTransfer or whatever, sometimes it can take a long time for them to download it and send it back, blah, blah, blah. But if they live in Dubai, I can literally just hand them, or they can pick it up, or they have a courier service in Dubai, so I can literally have a bike go pick up, you know, I'll give them the drive and then they just hand it over to them, right? Crazy world we live in. So I, silly me, thought I would go with this editor, and she had a really good resume as well. And I know we've talked about it ad nauseum, so I won't bring it up again too much, but I did get burnt. I got burnt, all right? Or as the young people say, I was the one that got cooked. I was not cooking. And I think one of the reasons I realized it still would be nice to have an editor that's close by in same proximity, but I think the reason it didn't work out for me is I have a hunch. She did not disclose to me that she also has other editors that works for her, and she outsources to them in another country, because there was always this bit of hesitancy when I was like, oh, okay, you're in Dubai, that means we can meet up, or I can hand you the stuff. There's always a bit of hesitancy. And initially I chalked it up to like, oh, she's because she's a female and I'm a male, maybe there's some, you know, things about like, oh, you know, I don't want to, you know, just like being, I don't know, like not crossing a line, or maybe there was something culturally there that, you know, that's kind of, honestly, I just kind of assumed that. But now I'm realizing that I think she had someone on her team that she didn't tell me because of reason. You know what? I said I wasn't going to go into all this, and here I am going into all this. All right. Anyways, we've got a new editor. I've handed over all the footage to this editor, and fingers crossed, because obviously pricing is a big thing, especially if I work long term. Like, what would be like a retainer model? What does that mean? Would that be economically feasible to retain him? And then it's still premature for me to say, like, you know, we'll see. Let's see if we work well together. I'm curious to see his level of creativity and what he can do with even some simple video project like this. I say simple as in, like, it's not like the craziest video, right? It's just some nice cinematic shots of my cat, and then it's mainly just about this backpack. So anyways, we'll see. Mindful says, raw is nice, but it would be fantastic to have something similar to this S Cinetone, which is absolutely awesome for quick run and gun event work. It takes me 2 times as long to do raw for events. Interesting. With the Z6 III, the H.265 is good enough for that type of work. I don't know much about the picture profiles though, as this is my first Nikon and I've just shot R3D on it. Yeah, I also haven't really played around with too many of the picture controls or the picture profiles. I know they made it a thing where it's like you can create your own picture profile and then, like, you know, advertise it or put it on some like website, but I don't know. I'm just kind of like more straightforward with it. Just give me the typical thing. But yeah, like I said, I haven't really shot in H.265 too much. Yeah, I try to avoid it as much as possible if I'm honest. But anyways, all of these footage was captured with the Nikon ZR, and I did color grade it using Dehancer. So I added in a bit of artificial noise. So yeah, you know, if it looks noisy, just know that was intentional. And then I did the whole shoot where, yeah, I fogged up my entire apartment. So I used that little Smoke Ninja Pro thing, hazed up the place, set off a fire alarm apparently, but it was worth it because we got that nice smoky environment. So yeah, let's see what the editor can do. I am hopeful. fingers crossed that this is the last time I'm hunting for an editor to work with me, because I honestly do want to just start getting into the grind. I want to start being able to pump out YouTube video after video. Kavai says, "Hey, Yobel, nice thumbnail." Yo, thank you very much. You know, I still do. I always, every day or every stream, I do try to update the thumbnail, so it's fresh, quote unquote fresh. Although it's kind of, you know, it's just seeing me in the same seat over and over again, but with different clothes and occasionally different gestures. But it's the little things like that that make me enjoy doing this, you know, and not get tired of it or bored of it or something. And then I mentioned that this overhead shot. Oh, I wanted to maybe brainstorm in case anyone is paying attention or wants to provide any input. I had an idea of a series of YouTube videos that I might want to start putting out there in a more casual way. But let me read the chat first. Kavai, you said, by the way, I talked with my dog farm boss and mentioned you. He does have booking available for 1 to 2 to 3 days of dog sledding in March, if you like. And you're free to film the dog sledding, ice fishing, etc. If it's, okay. And reindeer booking is also available in the nearby. If you like, I'll send you a link. Yo, that sounds fantastic. So Kavai, if you don't mind, if you can send it to me via the Discord, some of those details, I'd be very curious. I believe March is an open month for me to kind of do whatever I need to. And so I want to travel somewhere. And I was in between traveling to Africa for like testing out the wildlife IRL streaming. But I could do both. But it would be nice to be able to travel out to Norway. The reindeer thing would be awesome as well. But okay, Kavai, I'm gonna trust you a bit, or like be honest with me, kind of a thing, right? So you mentioned your friend who you talked with, your dog farm boss. What do you mean by dog farm boss? And do you think there's a compelling story there? If I were to go there to learn about the culture of dog sledding, like, is there someone that I can interview there that you think would actually be a bit more on the cultural side of things, where I can really understand like this history of why dogs were used for transportation, or like this kind of mutual beneficial situation that was formed with like this dog sledding. Yeah, let me, if you can, yeah, we can always talk offline, but I'm curious if you think your dog farm boss is the right person for a really compelling documentary. You know, I say documentary, but like a 5-minute, similar to the film that I made, right? Like a short film trying to show some really cool scenes, but add a little bit of a human story and a bit of like education at the same time. Fed says if it's shot better bitrate in Nlog, one could just make a LUT similar to S-Cinetone, add it in camera for monitoring, and slap on the footage for fast workflow. That sounds good. Yeah, Fed, I don't know. It sounds like you're more knowledgeable about this, but I think that could be an interesting thing for me to test out, is create my own view assist LUT for the ZR, and then turn it into like a YouTube video about here's how you do it, here are the steps. I know there are videos out there like that already, but there's no reason I can't do the same. Mindful says, I jumped fully in because I am poor, LOL. Sold all of my Sony bodies to get 2 ZRs and about half saved up for a KX. I don't know what a KX is. So I'm full in to use the ZRs. I mean, listen, that's what I'm saying. I think this is a really cool thing that Nikon did price it so low, because I think you do get a lot of bang for your buck. Now, it sounds like you are saying you're having some issues because you're trying to shoot in the H.265, but hopefully there are some workarounds, and hopefully that is something that they can address soon so that you continue to feel like you're getting your money's worth. But yeah, and it is, I'm taking a mental note about this. So I don't know when I'm supposed to meet with the Nikon team again, but I'll keep that in mind. Kavai says, oh yeah, the reindeer booking. And then when you say reindeer booking, because I'm not trying to book anything, or I'm not like trying to ride the reindeer, right? I don't know if it's like a commercial thing. I just wanted to spend time with the tribe that, you know, domesticated reindeers, and I would love to just like film their lifestyle, like a day in the life of the people that are with the reindeers, and yeah, turn it into a story. Similar to how I'm doing the Mongolia thing, but yeah, a bit more seriously now. Fed says, if I did that kind of work, I think I would make an S-Cinetone like LUT for HLG, put it in camera. Kavai says, yes, he knows dog sledding history very well. I worked with him and family-owned husky farm last summer and will this summer too. So I know them well. I'll send you the links in the Discord. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Komodo X. Ah, KX. Komodo X. Mindful says, hearing your thought process about how you think about developing a story is great. The culture and human aspect that is so key to documentary work. Well, listen, I'm glad you find some value in it, because my friends would tell me, we can't get you to shut up, right? So the fact that you find some value in whatever it is that I spew out there into the ether is very encouraging. But that was also the reason I wanted to do this live streaming process, because in case there's something I say out loud about how I create my work that other people find value in, that's awesome. And then selfishly, if I share something out loud and someone more knowledgeable tells me how god-awful that approach is, even better, right? Oh yeah, so let me talk about, like I said, I'm still a bit sick. I'm gonna see how much I can manage this. The delay between writing and chat and it popping up on screen is great today. It's only a few seconds. Usually it's much slower. Oh, nice. I don't know if I did anything different today. I'm running a 24/7 live stream in 4K right now on my other computer of the Lo-Fi Catnaps channel, which let me type in the chat. You guys should all follow Lo-Fi Catnaps. So that should be taking up a bit of bandwidth. And then we've got obviously this dual stream. So one to YouTube landscape, one to the vertical YouTube landscape, or sorry, YouTube vertical. And then I have TikTok and Twitch. But that's the same thing as I did yesterday. So I'm not sure, maybe, yeah, I have no idea. But thanks for letting me know. And I am trying to do a better job at reading chat more quickly, or at least being aware of the chat more quickly. And I think I've got all the computer monitors set up in a way that I can actually observe the chats a bit better than I was in the past. All right, let me just kind of quickly share a thought process that I had. Okay, when it comes to my YouTube channel, we've got a spectrum of content that I've been focusing on. I mentioned this before. I'm going to say it again because I just need to bake it into my own head. Structurally, when I look at what the strategy of my YouTube channel should be and what kind of content and how often and blah, 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 I fundamentally see it as like there are two styles of content that I should or am putting out into my channel. One would be like cinematic content. Okay. So like high quality, high resolution, well color graded, blah, 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 that kind of thing. Like clean story, something that feels polished. That's one end of the spectrum. And then the other end of the spectrum would be the low fidelity, just off the cuff, no scripting, just whatever I say and however I have it kind of content. And that would be the live stream, right? Like this, as you see it now, where there's nothing scripted, there's no structure to it. It's just me yapping, and then it just becomes a live stream VOD. So within this world that I'm in, there's talking head content, and then there's cinematic content. And then on the extreme ends of that, the live stream is the most off the cuff of the talking head stuff. And then on the other end of the extreme, my short film that I made, or these travel vlogs, are the most cinematic, scripted, polished work that I publish on my YouTube channel. And my goal now is around figuring out how long does it take me to make either of these things. So on the most extreme, making a travel vlog, best case scenario, it's been about like 2 weeks to make a vlog or like a nice content. Or it could be a bit longer depending on how I juggle things. Whereas on the other end, live stream, that, you know, you guys are seeing it now, right? I've done the work already up front to make the stream operational, and now it's like something I can do every day if I wanted to. So yeah, anyways, let me pause. Fed says it might have been the same yesterday. I was busy yesterday, so I didn't catch the stream, but it's usually much slower. Okay. Yeah, well, let me know. I appreciate you continue to monitor, because yeah, I have to always keep an eye out on this thing. Okay, so those are the two extremes. And then right now, somewhere in the middle of all of that would be like these right, maybe even right in the middle would be the product reviews that I've been doing. So like Dehancer, this Pidgeotech thing, even my Nikon ZR review video, where it's a mixture of talking head, right? I've got voiceover, you see me talking, some of it's scripted, maybe some aren't. Excuse me. But then there's also some like cinematic moments, like these, like the trailers that I might create, or I spend some time color grading it a certain way, choose the right soundtrack, make it feel more. So that's kind of sits in the middle of this. And that one, if I have a good editor that doesn't, you know, take me for a ride as the others have, this could be something I can publish way more often, like maybe twice a month type thing, ideally. So that would sit right in the middle. And then in between that and the super cinematic stuff would be like these little travel moments, the trailers that I've created. So you will see, if you go to my YouTube channel now, you'll see there's a number of like quick videos that I've made, which were like kind of behind the scenes, or like, you know, just different cuts from my Ngamba Island Chimp Sanctuary trip. So you'll see like moments with the babies, or the mother and the baby, or blah, blah, blah. So that kind of fits into in between there, where it's not super polished. It's not like scripted in the sense of like, hey, there's like a proper story, beginning, middle, and end. It's just slapping in some nice travel moments, color grading it, maybe putting some good ambient music or something with it, and then throw it out onto my channel. And then from the middle spectrum to the full extreme of the talking head, off the cuff stuff, that's where I've been missing something. And my thought process is that I want to create some more quick content that is more talking head heavy, but having still a little bit more of a structure to it. So those could be like, you know, you see a lot of YouTube channels where you talk into the camera and you share your thoughts. Like, these are the 3 lessons that I learned when I traveled to XYZ, or don't make this mistake as a beginning photographer, or like, here's how I did blah, blah, blah. You know, those like kind of almost tutorial, educational, informative content. So I need to do stuff like that. And I've been thinking through like what exactly fits in my niche, because I don't view myself as a quote unquote expert. I want to create, I want to share thoughts that are distinctly about me and my learnings, but not necessarily like, oh, I am the gospel, I am the way. So there's a few things I'm trying to figure out in that space. Now, sorry, this is a long, I'm sharing a lot of context there, but it's good because I need to say it out loud. For those kind of quick talking head videos, I was trying to think like, how can I make it so it's slightly more engaging? So for instance, here we are, I'm, you know, talking to you guys now here. And like, you know, my setup is nice, so I don't mind this. So I was thinking, if I have a mini series where I am doing exactly this, I'm talking to the camera like this with, yeah, and occasional B-rolls or some text overlays, stuff like that, and just like 3 minutes of whatever content. That's an idea. Another idea is I want to start taking moments where even during my live streams, if I'm editing a photo, I might just like turn that into a clippable moment where if I'm editing a lion, whatever, some lion photo or a leopard photo, I'll just like start, edit from beginning all the way to the end. The whole time I might be talking to myself or to the chat. And either way, it turns into like, okay, here you go, before and after, here's the final result. And that could just be a steady stream of clips or like smaller, shorter content that I post. But that's still me sitting in this seat while I'm talking, right? So then another thought I had is I can do a bit more off the cuff stuff where I'm literally hand holding the camera and I'm walking outside. So I could literally be outside and just talking to the camera about whatever the topic is. And I guess that would be more like the Casey, how do you say his last name? Casey Neistat? I haven't watched a lot of his content, but it kind of fits into that vein. I know he's done things where he's like going around New York City on a skateboard that, you know, it's like, it's just cool. You see different vibes as he shares some knowledge. So I thought that could be nice to do a series like that. And then a thought that I had very, very recently is like, because of this overhead shot, let me switch over so you guys can see. Because of this overhead shot that I was playing with, I thought it could be nice if, because I've seen a few examples, not of this, but like doing like instead of having a typical like a talking head view where the camera's right in front of me, I'm centered and you hear from me, blah, blah, blah. I thought it'd be cool to have like a wide angle shot, or you see me in my environment, So even imagine like a setup like this where you can see my cats hanging out near me, but imagine I'm literally lying on the floor, right? So imagine I'm literally lying on the floor, kind of where this backpack is, and I've got a little wireless mic, or just to make it even goofier, I could literally just take my RE20 microphone and you see me holding this bulky thing as I'm talking into it, right? So just whatever, making it a little bit more distinct. And same concept. Now, whatever the topics are, I would just spend 3 minutes or however much just talking through various things. But the shot itself will not be the normal stuff where I'm in front of the camera. Instead, you see me lying on the ground from a distance. And if I have a good editor, maybe get some nice like punchy text overlays that would pop up based on whatever I'm saying. And you get to see my cats occasionally or whatever they're doing if they're near me. And there you go. So who asked? Nobody cares, but that was a thought that I had recently, and it's a thought that I'm holding on to depending on how this editor that I'm hopefully working with right now, depending on how this project goes, and if he wants to keep working with me and if I can work with him, that could be something he can help me with, is like just punching it up slightly, but not necessarily needing some crazy amount of effort. We just need a slight bit of B-roll, some nice punchy text, and otherwise it's the same color grading, it's the same kind of layout, and it becomes a bit more like familiar content for people, because I want to build routine. I want it so if you are a loyal and regular viewer of my channel, I don't want it to always feel so chaotic. Like every next video that I publish, you have no idea what it's about, or I want to get away from that, and I want to start having more routine concepts. Things where it's like, oh, okay, he does like a lazy Sunday video, like every week he's just posting something, which is like some kind of lazy content, and it could just be me doing my photo edits, I don't know, something like that. Or like every Sunday I'm spending some time literally lying on the ground here just to talk about whatever key topics that I've lined up, but obviously not scripted, right? It's just literally me as I do in the live stream, but in a different environment and in a more focused way to just be punchy with it. And then, in case, this is all like hypotheticals, right? Kavai, you said I like the overhead. Thank you. You know what? This shot turned out much better than I expected. It was just a thought in my head. Initially, I was thinking like, oh, maybe can we get that live stream shot of my two cats? And then once I actually recorded it in R3D and then I color graded it, it just ended up looking nicer than I expected. Probably because of the lighting sequence here, or yeah, having this warm light, it's got a nice glow on Nala, and then having enough of the blue tones coming in from the right side. Yeah, there's a nice like color scheme going on here. So yeah, and it feels a bit more informal. It feels a bit more maybe like intimate, I guess. So, and I could even raise the camera higher if I want to show more of my desktop, but I just couldn't tell if it looks clean or not. So, or I could zoom it in more too, technically. And then I probably should clean this up a bit more, like the stuff under the desk here. So if I remove this to make it a little bit cleaner, remove some of the, yeah, just a bunch of these random cables that I have. Yeah, I think this could look cool. So anyways, here I am sharing my thoughts, but as I speak it out loud and turn it into the truth, right? Hopefully it's something you guys will enjoy. And the key thing, it's easy to say, hard to do. So the trick that I'm trying to figure out is, do I have a good backlog of topics? Do I have a good backlog of things that people like yourselves or anyone that might stumble on my channel would be like, oh, I'm interested in hearing his thoughts about this subject? And so that's like the tricky part, right? I'm using AI to help me also like kind of think through what are some topics. And then I have like so many travels. I have so many memories that I've built up across the world that technically those are topics. Those are content that I can turn into like 3 minutes or 5 minutes. So it's just a matter of like starting to focus my chaos and like start to put this into a routine. But hopefully you guys will enjoy it without even seeing it. Hopefully you guys can visualize it with me. So like I said, imagine this overhead shot. Here, let me let's hop over here. Let's see, is there a moment where I'm kind of lying down? Or I guess if you can imagine this backpack is me, right? So it could just be me chilling with the stupid, silly cable extending here. Like you can see me literally just holding this bulky RE20 mic and dragging it to the ground as I speak to it, right? Because the other option is I would use like a wireless mic, which is not a bad idea. Obviously, that's like the cleanest way to do it. But part of me kind of wants to do it slightly more wacky, where you see me holding the microphone and talking to it, which is like, yeah, it's just a bit different, I guess. And I feel like I've seen some good examples like that. So yeah, imagine the backpack is me, and then maybe my cats are hanging out near me, and then there should be enough space here in the top left and in this kind of middle bottom right, where if the editor uses some punchy texts, so then it's like as I say something, you can imagine a bunch of words pop up here or over there as I chill in the middle. So, and then yeah, maybe I can put something here or leave it clean. Who knows? Who knows? So look forward to that, guys. I am being more serious about how I create content now on YouTube. And then the thing I still struggle with is figuring out what is my vertical, like my YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels strategy. I've just been way too stretched thin, so I've kind of sacrificed posting a lot of Reels on Instagram as I used to, or even on TikTok. And I've been trying to just focus my energy on YouTube, but I am trying, as we hopefully get a good editor, as we get a good rhythm, I will start publishing on all platforms more consistently. Okay, thank you guys for listening. All right, with that out of the way, let's get to the real meat and potatoes of what we need to work on. We're working on Mongolia episode 2 here. Oh, you know what? I kind of forgot. Okay, we are supposed to do on this Mongolia, but I forgot to continue working on the chimpanzees. We still have some the chimpanzee footage from earlier. Dang, which one do I go for right now? Let's do the Mongolia for now. And I've seen so many chimps. We need to take a break. All right, let's start from the beginning. Let me put my headphones on. I want to hear how the audio sounds. Let's pause the music. Okay. Let's get everything up and running. All right, hopefully you guys can hear this. Okay, I don't think you guys can hear it. I think I have to restart this thing. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's start over. Okay, so the text is still placeholder. I still need to start thinking through what exactly is the voiceover I'll add here. So let me think about that as we play it. So where they said, maybe here, last time I had this line where I said, this is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. So maybe whatever the line is, it could be something, something, something. The songs of Mongolia could be the word that I replace this with. I don't know. Let me play it again.
yılday sözüm kımbat bir oyday. Yaramaydı ölüm söz ben bastayım naz nasihat bir oyday. Oğlum bir yılday kolda joktun kıyınay Ustaranın yüzünde yaldarılan dünyay Şöyle toy toylap sorun bir baylay Hadi yüzlep girginde söyleseyim baylay Beygatınday gelipsin tağalanın Koltur oğlum bir yılday kolda joktun kıyınay Ustaranın gözünde yavdarılan dünyay Görüşedik toy toylap Torğun bir baylap Nekin sama kızlar zaydır Herkeyiz tepkiyelim
Okay. You know, it's kind of funny seeing these guys. I don't know why, but it's like you see all these dudes and they're just casually wearing like a bunch of dead foxes, right, that they've hunted. It's like they're all just, I don't know why, but something about that's funny to me. They're just like they're just like wearing some fox, real fox. I think you can even see the paws on the fox there. And you can see like, I forget whose home this was, but they've got this like clothesline here. And on the clothesline are a bunch of fox fur or whatever, like fox hides that the owner had shot recently. And I guess this is part of the, I don't know what you call it, but it's part of the process of like getting it turned into winter coats. Okay, so we played it once through. I still feel like it's pretty good. Obviously, it's missing a lot of context here. So I gotta figure out the voiceover. Something, something, something of my time in Mongolia was the people that I met and the way that they lived in these harsh environments, blah, blah, blah. So for this episode, you'll hear their journeys through the songs of Mongolia. And then, Kavai, I missed the rest of your message. You said, I like the overhead lying shot idea. I do a similar thing when filming myself coffin boarding. Coffin boarding. What is that? I don't even know what coffin boarding is. Oh, also, oh yeah, I was talking to Cloud earlier. Can you give me the latest version to try? So if you guys remember, I mentioned I started talking to Cloud AI about if you can create like some kind of a quiz game for me that I can play every day on stream. And this quiz game is meant to be like, let's see, can I play it? It's meant to be like a way for me to keep improving my knowledge of wildlife related stuff, my travels, like my camera and filmmaking kind of techniques, stuff like that. So I wanted to test if AI could actually do a good job of it. There was a few things that didn't work, but yeah, let's test it out. So like, for example, I don't know, if we choose wildlife, would it work? Let's see, wildlife, medium, begin challenge. Last time it didn't really work that way. Yeah, see, it's still broken where it keeps going to the wrong thing. But anyways, we'll test this out. Isn't that when you lay down on a longboard? Is that what coffin boarding is? Wide shots establish what? Hold on, can I zoom in on this? All right, so wide shots establish what? Tension, time passing, location and context, or character emotion? I believe it is location and context. But the thing is, this is like in easy mode, so it doesn't, I feel like it doesn't count really. What does ND filter stand for? Neutral density, night definition, natural daylight, and noise dampening. You know, if I didn't know any better, I think I would have guessed noise dampening. But of course, it is neutral density. Mariana Trench is deeper than Everest is tall. I have no idea, but we're going to go with true. True, 36,000 plus feet deep. Everest at the bottom would still have a mile of water above it. Damn. Coverage in production means insurance, multiple angles of a scene, sound range, or weather protection. Oh my god, I have no idea. Coverage in production. So when you're in production mode and someone says coverage, are they I feel like it's either insurance or multiple angles of a scene. Do we have enough coverage? Do we have enough coverage? Coverage. I'm going to go with B, multiple angles of a scene. Shooting wides, mediums, close-ups, reverses, gives editors options. Okay. The southernmost point of mainland Africa is, I think it's Cape Town, right? Or Cape Point, Cape of Good Hope. Okay, I think it's either Cape of Good Hope or Cape Point. Shoot. Cape Point. Cape Town. Cape Point. I'm going to go with Cape of Good Hope, but honestly, I don't know. Dang it. It was Cape Agulhas, where Atlantic and Indian Oceans meet. Well, whatever. The Galapagos Islands belong to Ecuador. Galapagos Islands belong. Sure. True. 97% of reptiles there are endemic, found nowhere else on Earth. That would be a fun place to travel to as well. But I feel like I want to travel there if I can get into like scuba diving. If I can actually do some scuba diving, then I feel like it's worth going to Galapagos. Fed asks, Yobo, you need to join James Cameron in his sub down in the bottom of the trench and film with the ZR. Yo, I don't think I trust anything underwater like that anymore. What was that one submarine that went viral for like imploding with a bunch of like billionaires on board? Although I guess they didn't follow James Cameron's advice, or if they had asked, I'm sure it would have been safe. Mindful says, Fed, I recommend he avoid a fiberglass sub though. Is that what they made that thing out of? The one that like got crushed? Skeleton Coast. Shipwrecked seals is in which country? Okay, this is actually tougher than I thought. Oh, it does say it's a... Oh, interesting. So it's just mixing up the genres and everything. Okay. Skeleton Coast is in which country? South Africa, Angola, Mozambique or Namibia? Huh. I want to guess South Africa because I'm wondering, like, just because of where it's located, could it be that, I mean, there might be more coastline and it could just be more crazy. I don't know. Let's go with South Africa. Dang it. It's Namibia. Named for whale bones and wrecks. Cape Cross has 100,000 plus Cape fur seals. Okay. Fed says, yeah, James Cameron would never do that. His sub is top notch. You know, underwater photography would be like so amazing. That's like as close as we'll get to like space photography. Bhutan is the only carbon negative country? Sure. True. 70% forest cover. They emphasize gross national happiness over GDP. Bhutan is also a place I want to travel to. Antarctica is technically the world's largest desert? Sure. True. Deserts are defined by low precipitation. Antarctica gets under 2 inches annually. Ah, I didn't know that. The Masai Mara Reserve is in which country? Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania. This I do know. It is Kenya, and then it's the Serengeti in Tanzania. The famous river crossings during migration happen here July through October. All right. So, you know what? As far as like an AI building this quickly with just a few prompts from me, it's kind of impressive. So the question becomes like, can this actually be refreshed? And like, is there a memory so it knows what I've answered before? but can I keep playing this every day and constantly get different questions so that I can hone the mind in my field of work, right? So anyways, I don't know. I was just randomly on that because it was open there. I was meaning to like start testing some other things here. And then we have our episode 2. Let me blow my nose. Blow my nose again. Cyronius, hello, hello. There's a limit to how many tokens it remembers. Give me a second. I gotta freaking blow my... Okay. What's up, Cyronius? He says, there's a limit to how many tokens it remembers. Yeah. But when you say tokens it remembers, I actually don't know what it means by tokens. Because I did read something that, oh, the Opus 4.5 consumes more tokens or something like that. But I thought that just meant like how many tokens you have to keep using them. Like I thought tokens were meant as in like, let's say with my subscription, I have 100 tokens that I can use across any of the whatever. And if I choose to use Opus 4.5, it's going to take 10 tokens to run a single prompt. I thought that's what it meant by that. But what do I know? There were some other YouTube videos I did want to watch as we're learning how to do it. Cyronius, if I remember... Oh, Cyronius, by the way, I had a further conversation with Cloud, which I thought I was going to send it to you, but I think it did a good job of summarizing your points and my questions as well. Excuse me, let me see if I can find it. Cloud. Safari live stream technical architecture. Yes, here it is. Okay. Yeah, and one thing I like about Claude is it actually shows your work, or it shows its work, and it also like breaks down, it creates these like nice little visual mappings occasionally. Like it'll be like, okay, here's your setup. You have this, then it connects to that, and blah, blah, blah. Let me see if I can go to, at the very least. So I had a full-on conversation after Siren. So after we had our chat, thank you again, Cyronius, for helping me out. Basically, I was asking AI if it can make sense out of it or if I had the right sense of things. Here, let me see. I just want to go to the beginning of this when I was talking. All right, I just want to see if I recapped our conversation correctly. Here's what I said. I had a really good conversation with one of my live stream chatters who's a fellow streamer and does a lot of IRL streaming. He shared some info which I'd like you to double check and see if and how this changes anything from a technical architecture standpoint or what else I should consider from my Wildlives concept. First, he mentioned that he uses a Bella box with some cellular modem and he lives in the US to have cell coverage. He stated that my current architecture might be flawed as I was considering a Starlink Roadcaster video, a mini PC for powering the stream plus OBS, and possibly a TVU or LiveView kit. In that circumstance, if I did not use a LiveView or TVU or a Bella box, basically I could run into issues trying to live stream from my mini PC OBS because there are certain protocols required in order for my video stream to broadcast onto Twitch or YouTube. Something about SRTLA or some other acronyms. This is where a Bella box comes in, and perhaps the TVU LiveView. He wasn't as knowledgeable about those kits or how Starlink works. He said the Bella box type solution is what allows the stream to be compatible with Twitch and YouTube for when I am doing an IRL stream, mainly because if the connection is unstable, Twitch might cut the stream off or something. But with the Bella box, it would provide the appropriate protocol and allow a stable stream, even if the connection is unstable at times. He mentioned also that many streamers usually set up their OBS remotely, so imagine if I'm on a Jeep with a Starlink or TVU LiveView Bellabox system, I would be sending that signal to my remote PC, which would be back home, such that if my signal drops while on the Jeep, the remote PC with OBS would maintain the stream, possibly putting some visual scenes that says I'll be right back. Granted, again, he mentioned he's not familiar with how stable the Starlink network is, or if the Starlink TVU LiveView has the appropriate protocols to broadcast onto Twitch and YouTube. But basically, I am now wondering if there's anything else I need to research about my setup. So for instance, having the mini PC not in the Jeep with me, but somewhere with more stable network, is that best practice or unnecessary if my network connection on the Jeep is stable/strong enough? So basically, I asked this whole thing, and it came out with a pretty good response, which it did actually simplify things in my head. Fed says Challenger Deep, Earth's deepest known point, was reached by the sub by James Cameron, who piloted the Deep Sea Challenger submersible to a depth of almost 11,000 meters in 2012. How come he did this in 2012? No one's done it since. Now you need to join him to be the first Yobel. Well, I'm the first Yobel for anything, to be honest, right? The first Yobel with the ZR to reach this depth and film in R3D RAW. Yeah, they missed out on some marketing to call it the R2D. But yeah. Anyways. So I'm going to take a quick pause because this is very important for what I'm trying to do in my upcoming live stream concept. But here's what Claude said about Cyronius. Cyronius, your streamer friend raised some excellent points that are worth understanding deeply. Let me break down what's accurate, what's partially correct, and how this affects your architecture. What your friend is describing, he's talking about the difference between direct RTMP streaming, which is where OBS sends video directly to Twitch and YouTube, versus a bonded/resilient streaming, a system that handles unstable connections gracefully. So, okay, you know what? I'm going to copy and paste this to you, Cyronius, because obviously it's a bit dense in terms of like all this technical stuff, but I think I understand it a lot more now after our conversation and then with this AI thing. So I'm leaning either towards a LiveView Pro or the Bellabox. But yeah, just FYI, we can chat about this later. But yeah, thanks again. I appreciate it. I did a lot more research behind it. Okay, anywho. Fed says nobody else has a sub that can do it. That sub is a marvel of engineering. Yeah, man, James Cameron, also a super interesting guy. Although I don't know if I've seen a lot of his movies. What has he done? He's done Titanic, Avatar. I haven't seen any of the new Avatars. Is that all? What are the other big movies he's done? All right, let me double check. Oh, you know what? This freaking thing broke again. Okay, you guys should be able to hear music now. OBS is so annoying to me right now because it keeps randomly shutting off certain things. So, you guys should hear the music. I'm going to turn it down a little bit on my end. But Fed says Terminator 1 and 2, The Abyss, Aliens, True Lies. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel like he's a good director, but like, I guess maybe in my mind, I don't think of him as one of the greats. I don't know why. Like, yeah, it's probably a bad... He's like probably one of the more impressive guys out there, right? As a director. Cyroni says, I had to step away for 2 seconds. Yo, in those 2 seconds, so much has happened. Missed the tail end of that reread. No worries. I was saying, like, as I read it, I was like, you know what? It's going to get a bit more technical. So I'm going to copy and paste it over to you. But I think I'm on the same page now, generally speaking. Okay. So, that's that. Let me drag this over here. And then I wanted to see if I can watch a video real quick. even stuff like this, I need to make it more of a routine in my live streaming. But like we said, there's a few goals that I have on my live stream and just me in general. It's getting better at photography, getting better at videography, like shooting video, but also getting better at editing video and getting better at like storytelling and understanding like filmmaking stuff. So I do need to keep honing my craft or keep absorbing knowledge of like good content that I feel inspired by. So I'm curious. This thing is the first thing that popped open on this thing. It says, I did this for 30 days and it improved my photography. Now we're going to watch this until I get copyright struck. I just want to see. It might not be. Oh, this guy. I like this guy. I seen one video from him before, I think. See, I like so far I like, well, one, I can't replicate his voice. Oh, you said no audio for the stream? Ugh, so annoying. See, this is the other thing. It broke again, right? So something's broken with OBS. I think ever since I started using Atom, I think it all started to break. Hold on, let's test it again. I think on the TikTok was fine. TikTok was fine, but this part not. Yeah, here, I'll just keep playing it from here. But no audio for the stream. Thank you for letting me know. Any other questions in particular? For now, no, not for stream per se. I just have a bit more research I have to do. But like I said, most likely I'll look at either doing like a Bella box, or I might go ahead and go with like a live view, because I was looking at the price difference between the two, and it's like only slight, or maybe it's like double the cost, so it's not that cheap. But like maybe having a live view could mean I have less to think about with everything else that I'm trying to do at the same time. Or if you convince me, maybe the Bella box. But it seems like the Bella box and the live view both have, actually the live view is slightly more robust in terms of how many sims, modems, or like it also converts into H2, what did it say? HEVC, I think, format versus just the H265 or 264. I'm not sure. So it seems like there's a few more things it can do at the same bit rate. But yeah, those are the two I need to kind of double check on. Fed says, well, he made the most expensive film at the time of making, plus most grossing quite a few times now, breaking records. So at least in mainstream terms, he is extremely successful, maybe most successful ever. Yeah, and that's why I'm like, okay, something about what I'm saying doesn't make sense, because clearly he's like a world star. He's like one of the most known directors out there. But for some reason, like when I think of his body of work, like none of it ends up being like, oh, that's my favorite or like the most memorable. I was too young for Titanic. I was too young for Terminator. Avatar, I enjoyed the first one. It was like a technological marvel, I guess, in many ways. But then, yeah, I guess maybe that's about it. Maybe it's just like these other guys, these other directors have come up with more modern or recent video or movies that have like captured the mind's eye. I don't know. Bellabox does use H265. Gotcha.
A second attempt, and how this practice has, in a way, changed my photography.
All right, hopefully the volume is not too loud.
As photographers, we all have...
But yeah, so here's where I was pausing, because I was saying like a few things I really like about this is, and I want to steal this concept, right? Or like, I think it's stuff I should consider as well in my own YouTube videos. I like the concept of having a nice casual intro and then picking up into like a quick trailer. It wasn't even a trailer, right? It was just like a few seconds of like the music builds up, and then there's a nice little transition that, you know, sponsored by Squarespace, and then he's got this title that pops in. And what are we at? This is a minute into the video. So he did a really good job of just making things feel very casual. But the thing I was saying is I can't replicate his voice. His voice is very silky smooth. I'm jealous. But the structure I can look at. Excuse me, guys. Still congested. Super annoying. And then also the other thing I like is that he, like the title that he's using, maybe I should just do this full screen, because especially on the vertical view, it's probably too... Oh, but then the full screen doesn't show up, does it? Hold on. Or is it broken on the TikTok side? HEVC equals H265. Yeah. So I think it was saying it does H265. But I didn't see that Bella Box does it, so thank you for correcting. Fed says he still breaks records at the box office, beating all those other directors, so he must be hitting something. But I get what you're saying. He's definitely not my favorite director. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's not doing him justice, because clearly, I mean, who cares about my opinion about this guy, right? But for some reason, he doesn't like resonate as much as some of these other guys. Obviously, everyone says like Christopher Nolan, right? And I think it's just because his movies feel more modern. I don't know. That's not even true either. So, all right, give me a second. I'm trying to see how to fix this. Select display. Yes, apply. If I create a new add source, display capture, yeah, add, and there we go. Okay, for some reason, the previous one I had stopped working. So now if I put this here, and if I go full screen, there we go. Okay, so it might be better just to watch instead of multitasking, because on a vertical screen, it's like super tiny. You can't see it. So we're going to take a break and watch this video and see if I can take some learnings from it. And the best way I could do that is, let me open up a second. Let me open up my Notion. Storytelling and filmmaking. Maybe we'll create something in here. Oh my god. I don't know how to use Notion. YouTube, no, story, no, YouTube learnings. Okay, there's probably a better way for me to capture this, but listen, we're going to do our best with what we got. So what is this video called? I'll do a better job of putting this together, but for now, by T.O. Crawford. It's called I Did This for 30 Days and It Improved My Photography. Hey, Kristen. Kristen is in the chat. Kristen says, hello to Fed. I ended up in the vertical chat. Thank you. Yeah, Kristen, I apologize if it's very jarring or confusing. But yeah, we're still continuing to test out both the vertical and the landscape. I think as far as I can tell, I don't think it's been cannibalizing my views. And if anything, I feel like it's been slowly in my small world. I think it's been helping me out a bit with the views. So we're continuing to try it. Why not, in the name of experimentation? But thank you for being here, Kristen. We're trying a bunch of things. We're now streaming on TikTok Live as well. And I'm taking a quick break to watch this video on YouTube and see if I can take some notes. I like the title, font style, super small and informal, slightly handwritten style, question mark. I like the intro structure. Speaks into the camera casually, then a quick intro / title sequence, and on with it. Okay. Kristen says, I sent you a golden poop sticker in the other chat. Oh, did you? Oh yeah, sorry. Because the vertical chat, or it depends. Sometimes it's the other one. It doesn't sync up to my OBS, so I have to like manually look at the chats now. But thank you very much. Sent the happy poop for 10 jewels. Thank you so much. You said, I don't like this vertical view. Yeah, you know, vertical has its use, but like obviously for me, the landscape is where you get the most, right? It's the easiest to read whatever I'm working on, especially in edit mode. But it's also got its value when I'm showing both my cats, stuff like that. Fed is in the landscape chat. See you on the other side. I love Notion. Yes, yes. Thank you very much for the poop stickers on both sides. Okay, let's keep watching this guy. We'll do it on full screen. You only had 30 jewels and that one was 10. Of the fact that you could have given those jewels and used those jewels for anything in the world, and you decided to give a third of it to me via the poop sticker, I appreciate it.
As photographers, we all have different ways of shooting and adding to our collection of photography. Some like to go on a trip on the weekend and have photography.
Ooh, okay. Sorry, I'm gonna do a lot of pauses here. Okay, we'll call this sound effects. Maybe I should structure it this way. Font. And then intro. So sound effects. I like that. Where was this? 1 minute in, when he talks, the soundtrack becomes muffled. So I think that's something I should also consider in my videos. So instead of lowering the volume, I mean, you can lower the volume, but I never considered muffling the soundtrack, especially if there's like a vocal in the song. So Kristen says, I sent you the most expensive one I could get. Yo, thank you very much, Kristen. And how are you doing? I think it's, yeah, it's been a while since you were here, I think. But yeah, hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully the big family's doing well. Yeah, Mindful says, I definitely prefer landscape. I tried vertical. Yeah, listen, to each their own, right? So I also prefer landscape, although I think I'm also a fan of anything new. I'm like, I chase after the shiny toy, right? So since I'm seeing this kind of like vertical layout, it is fascinating to me. I kind of, it's been growing on me as this like new format. And I've heard that Twitch apparently is going into vertical as well. There's a video by Nutty, which I probably should watch on stream as well, because he breaks down, I didn't get to watch it fully, but he breaks down, he got access to like the beta version of Twitch vertical streaming. So then you can do landscape and vertical, and I think he gives his pros and cons. So I think I should watch that.
As their focus. Others simply happen to walk their dog through the most epic looking landscapes all the time and collect some beautiful pieces.
Okay, I'm pausing yet again. I don't know how much I like this thing, but I like when there's a bit of background texture. So I don't know what I call that. Background. I like that he didn't go with a pitch black or white background at, where are we, 1 minute 21. He had some textured background instead to add some ... texture. There we go. So, Kristen, if you were just tuning in, I'm back into it, right? So I'm almost fully healthy again. I've been sick for like literally the past week, which has been unfortunate. I still have a little bit of congestion, but we're getting back to normal. And this is my 3rd day streaming in a row. So we are absolutely getting back into the groove of about 5 days per week of streaming. And on the streams, I am trying to be a bit more focused now. So trying to get into like the photo editing, the video editing, learning mode. So I'm just taking a pause here to watch this video and take some notes, because obviously right now I'm focused on like making sure I build up a YouTube channel properly in a way that is enjoyable to you guys, and it feels professional. It feels like something you guys are wanting to spend time and money, right? So thank you for your support. You feel like you're getting your money's worth. So So the golden poop was the perfect gift, shiny and new. Yeah. Or can you have a? Well, I guess if it's a golden poop, it is shiny. Yes, I got you. Fed says, I don't think I have ever watched anything vertical unless it's the only option on YouTube for a video, etc. I never watch stuff on my phone though. Yeah, yeah. I think I agree with you. Especially because in the vertical overlay, you would have like the chat that pops up that can cover a lot of things. There's just like, there's less real estate. So the moment there's even like a tiny overlay that's baked into like YouTube, Twitch, or whatever, it covers up so much of the visuals. So yeah, like the landscape it just makes more sense in many ways. But listen, like I said, I kind of like both now. So no shade to the vertical on my end.
This is while they're at it. Me, on the other hand, I do it somehow, somewhere, somewhen. I don't really know. Oftentimes.
Oh yeah. Oh sorry. This is what I was talking about. I shouldn't say sorry. Yeah, he's just hand holding this silly looking dead cat, like this little wind muff shotgun mic, right? And to me, there's something about this that feels very intimate's the wrong word, but it makes it feel less threatening, right? It feels more what's the word I would want to use? Personable, casual, informal. Let me blow my nose again. And let me rewind. Okay, here we go.
All the time and collect some beautiful pieces while they're at it. Me, on the other hand, I do it somehow, somewhere, somewhen. I don't really know. Oftentimes I like to plan something out, other times I explicitly go to a specific location to spend some time there, and something I love, which I think is probably the most basic thing here, is shooting while traveling. I mean, obviously, wrecking my neck with my camera dangling down from it all the time is worth it. However, you must know I spent the majority of my time here, on this chair, recording.
Oh, sorry. I am a idiot. I muted myself. I was saying so much. I was spitting some truth over to you guys. TikTok, you guys heard me though. What was I saying? Hold on, let me just catch up on what you guys are saying here. I was excited to see Mongolia pics again. About to be -40. Oh, Fahrenheit. Wait. Is there a typo there? It's going to be -47 degrees Fahrenheit in Iowa? No shot. Is that... You speak it the truth? -47? Wow. It's a trend now, holding different microphones for no reason like that. I don't like it at all. Okay, see, Fed, I want to disagree. I kind of like it. That was the point I was about to make on this this shot here. Am I the only one with no sound? No, my bad. I had muted myself because I was blowing my nose and then I forgot. I got so excited, I forgot to unmute. There's 2 points I was making. One, I was very jealous of the fact that clearly he had someone with him to film when he's traveling, because oftentimes as a solo traveler, mostly solo traveler, you don't get someone to get some nice footage of you. I hopefully can change that in the future. And then the second point I was making, another point I briefly mentioned is there's a YouTube video I saw, someone who like broke down all the cool ways that he films himself as a solo traveler to get these crazy shots that would trick you into thinking someone else took it. But like, you know, he's got this like really tall tripod thing that he uses. So anyways, I might even watch that video on stream because that was some good learnings I need to take down. And then I was briefly saying, yo, I like this look. So Fed disagrees with me. I hear you. But a bit of disagreement is good. We need a bit of friction sometimes. Kavai says I can perhaps join in March. Oh yeah, if I do this Norway thing, that would be fantastic. I always need support. Yeah, I need someone to capture behind the scenes, you know, like all of that, right? But yeah, thank you for suggesting that. So I am disagreeing with Fed because I was saying, oh, this is exactly what I'm talking about, where you've got this silly mic. Clearly, it's not professional looking, right? So I was saying the professional look you would expect is either, what is it, like a boom mic that's hidden, or it's a wireless clippable, like a lav mic, or yeah, something like that. So it's as invisible as possible. But where I disagree with you, Fed, is I think as a talking head personality, as someone, especially if that's the route that I'm going towards, if I'm selling myself in the sense of like my thoughts, whatever I share, especially in my home studio, I would prefer people feel comfortable hearing me speak in like a very affable, informal manner, as opposed to selling myself as like the professional expert, blah, blah, blah. Because I don't think I'll ever, you can call it imposter syndrome, but you guys, those of you who've been watching me for a number of weeks or months, you guys know I am not lying when I say I don't know anything. So it's just like I would never put myself as like oh, you here's the brand and aura I'm trying to sell, which is like this guy knows his stuff, like oh man, blah, blah. I just want to be the guy that knows myself, and I don't take myself seriously. That's like the main things I would like to convey. And so what better way to show you don't take yourself seriously than having this kind of silly setup? Because everything else looks nice, right? He's got, clearly he knows what he's doing. So it does stand out a bit. But let me read what you said. You said, it's been a trend for quite a while now, usually holding a lav mic. I can't stand seeing it, trying to make you think they are down to earth and worth listening to when they usually have no clue. Yo, you're explaining me. That's exactly what I was saying. I'm trying to be down to earth and worth listening to, but I have no clue. So there you go. You're talking about me, man. Mindful says, I will get out and test the ZR in the cold again. I filmed a Black Hawk Bridge demolition in Iowa a few months ago with the ZR. It was 0 degrees. And I had issues with, I believe, the adapter. Jeez. With the cold, I see. I think you're overthinking this wallpaper stuff a bit. Just make good content. What do you mean by wallpaper? Is that a term? I prefer your setup than this other guy, says Kristen. Well, thank you very much. Oh, Kristen, I'll share with you a little bit, because what I was saying is that I have a new concept that I'm going to be pushing onto my YouTube channel, hopefully soon, where you'll see a more informal talking head videos from me, hopefully like 3 minutes of me just sharing a thought about something in my world. But I wanted to do it filmed in my studio, but from like an overhead shot angle. I'll show you if you stick around, because yeah, we'll watch the rest of this video and I'll show you that angle. I think it could be really fun. This guy doesn't have a car though, or two cars. Yeah. Important part is what Yubel is saying, not if he holds a mic in his hand. Yeah. He doesn't have a cat? Yeah, exactly. I got two cats.
Well, no, that doesn't take that long, but you know, all the other stuff.
But yeah, even this, I do prefer this kind of wide angle, environmental, what do you call it, like an establishing shot over the close-up shots like this, right? I don't know. I just, because to me, clearly this is selling you, the person. You're right there. You're close up in your face. But for me, I'm just not as comfortable being like the guy that's like right in your face like that. I think I do prefer being a little bit more in the background, which is weird to say because here I am as a live streamer, in your face 7 hours a day or whatever.
Well, no, that doesn't take that long, but you know, all the other stuff, editing and writing and all that. And so I often find myself busy working on my video projects, and then once I'm done with something, it's done.
He's got like 3 angles.
So inviting to shoot, or I simply don't have the energy left. And that is not where I want to be as a photographer. I want to be more active and shoot more. And so I decided to do another 30-day photography challenge. I've done multiple of these.
Oh, Kristen, you asked me, did you get that wooden cat stretching lamp? I want to see it. Yo, talk about disappointment. You can kind of see it behind Nala over there. So it's right there. And it wasn't the stretching one, it was the one reaching out. It was such a nightmare putting it together, and I got like some splinters from it. It was so terrible trying to put it together, and it already broke. And then the light source was so dim, you could barely see the light coming from it. So it's basically just trash. But for now, I just kind of put it on the top there, and I left it there. Honestly, I could forget about it already. So that was a disappointment, but obviously this light looks amazing. Mr. Steampunk, which we don't have a first name for. Mr. Steampunk was one of the best investments I've made so far. It definitely adds a bit of ambiance to Miss Nala over here. Yeah, good girl. And then Kimbap is just chilling, doing his thing. So Yobel is sincere and honest, and this other guy seems pretentious. Yo, hold on a second. Well, I appreciate the compliment, but no shade to this guy. Listen, I'm inspired by this guy. That's why we're randomly watching it. I need to take notes on what he's doing, and I'm jealous of his voice. Man, I wish I could have that kind of a whatever accent that is. Steampunk is so cool, though. Yes, thank you.
In the past, sometimes to simply revamp my photographic activities, and sometimes to push myself in a certain genre or theme.
Genre.
I decided to do both, and so I tried myself at a 30-day still life photography challenge. Still life photography is really cool in my opinion. It can be a thorough study of lighting and shapes and colors in a controlled environment. You can keep it simple or become increasingly creative, and they tie in pretty nicely with my love for photography and home, which, as you might know, is a type of photography that I am very fond of, because I think it's so interesting to see a little bit of a place that someone calls their home. It can be very personal. Anyway, I've been thinking of trying to practice some still life photography for a while for those reasons, but hadn't gotten around to it yet, and so I bravely made it the theme of my 30-day challenge. I say bravely because that was quite a tough challenge. And that turned out to be...
Oh, you know what? I'm almost too late to do this now, and you know what? I blame a bit. Everything, the blame is on me at the end of the day, right? But I mentioned I had some problems trying to find a good editor. In my thoughts, if I had the first editor that I had reached out to in like recent times, if that had worked out, I would have then asked that editor to help me with the video concept where I wanted to make like the first 30 days of being a live streamer, right? And then in that sense, it would kind of follow into this structure that we're watching here of like, you know, he's talking about a 30-day challenge he's done. For me, it'd be like a bit of talking head as I explain, like, look, I went on this, I decided to stick myself out there and become a live streamer. Here are the challenges, and you can see a bit of the behind the scenes of how I set it up. Some, like I still want to make that video, but every day I don't make the video, I'm farther away from being like that newbie. It's like, hey, look, I just started like doing a 30-day challenge and then blah, blah, blah. But that's one of the videos I still want to make where it's a bit more polished. I need to do a bit of this kind of talking head and then break down all my learnings. Here are like what were the thoughts that I had, the reservations about becoming a streamer, why, it was a leap of faith, what worked, what didn't work, my excitement, blah, blah, blah. So anyways, Fed says, oh, my wallpaper comment, what I was trying to say with that is just focus on your actual content instead of focus on how you wrap it up. Your setup looks great now. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying now. Forget the setup now. It's just, and that is what I'm trying to do. Hopefully you guys are getting a bit of that from the beginning of the stream when I was mentioning, like now I'm trying to hone in on the key topics. Like what are substantive conversations that I could record that's more off the cuff, but meaningful to share. So I think the setup is there. Although the one thing I mentioned is I'm going to try to do it from this overhead shot because I think I have everything necessary to do it. And then the one pushback I'm hearing from Fed is maybe not using, I'm going to still do this, okay? But I think I'm just going to use my RE20 mic or find something as silly as what this guy's doing, right? And then otherwise it'll just be me lying on the floor, talking to a camera up on the ceiling, and then sharing my thoughts, so.
Here are my photos from the 30-day still life photography challenge. Yeah, that's it. I didn't get further than that. I completed a miserable 10%, and I think the reason is actually quite evident in the photographs themselves, so let's have a closer look. So the first shot is of my 3 pots I placed on the floor here. I didn't put them here for the photo actually, I just needed them to sit in the sun to boost their growth. On the first day of my challenge, I noticed how pretty the pots looked in the sunshine, casting their long shade across the floor, and so I decided that this is going to be...
Wait, I kind of like that he failed this challenge.
I only move them when... This is my aux extension cable, my ND filter case, and a couple of other things lit by the warm lamp on the table. So, especially these 2 photos just look like a lazy photo that I did at night because I hadn't shot a still life yet all day long. And so this was the best I could come up with. And that is because that is pretty much what they are. They neatly summarize my problem here. I couldn't commit to...
Oh, wait, hold on. I could use... Sorry, guys. I could use that ASMR shotgun mic for this already, right? Hold on. Give me a second. Let's unmute my... Do I have it here? Let me add it as a audio source here. Yeah, because I have the perfect mic for that, right? Oh, you can see, by the way. Yeah, I think I'm slightly allergic to my cats. Not good. Not good. Let me add the audio input capture Rode NTG. And then let's add it to my vertical source. Audio input Rode NTG. Okay. All right. And then let me mute myself on this one. Testing, testing. Okay. Yeah. And I have the dead cat for this as well. Or maybe I can find one that looks better. But technically, because I have this super long tether cable already. So it reaches me on the ground. So then imagine that overhead shot, and then I'm holding this camera, lying on the ground, and then I would share my thoughts about whatever topic. It could be really cheesy, but there might be a good way to do it. That's up to me. But I think it's possible. And hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Like, hopefully the audio quality is fine, so that if I'm able to record this and then put it into a YouTube video, it sounds just as good as if I was talking to, like, you know, one of these mics. Fed says there's something to be said about having a consistent look and feel. There's a reason they seldom changed up TV studios for shows. Only if they started doing really bad in ratings would they change. Mindful says, that is awesome. I live near blah, blah, blah. About an hour from the bridge. I posted the video. Nice. Oh, wait, you guys all live near each other? That's crazy. Kristen says, you're getting over a sickness, not allergic to your cats. It could be both. I was saying, like, I was holding Nala up to my neck. And next thing I know, like, I'm like, it's super itchy in like a allergy type way. I don't know. Fed says, I'm sorry, but if it does not look casual at all, well, we'll make it casual. We'll make it casual, especially once I get that puffy little dead cat. I'll use Kimpop's fur. Wait, can you imagine if I use Kimpop's fur? Because Lord knows he sheds so much, right? And I just take all his shedded fur and then wrap it around my shotgun. I don't think I'll do that, but it could be fun to test. You just got to be careful with cable bumps. Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, like, if I do this, I'm just going to be on the ground, or I'm going to be in a stationary place. So I'm not going to be, like, moving around with the mic too much or anything like that. So I think it should be fine. And then I'll do my best to make it look okay and not one way or the other in a bad direction. Wish me luck. It looks very planned, holding it like that in a studio where it's not needed. Okay. Fed, I need voices like you to kind of push back on this. Okay, how about this? I mean, we can try everything, right? So I can try some versions where I'm holding like a microphone. I can try some versions with the wireless mic that I hook up. Well, I don't have any other options, right? So if I can could I use this RE20? But I just don't want to unplug this because the cable's all locked into the arm. So I think I don't have a choice anyways. It's either a wireless mic or a handheld mic like this. And I do have one. I literally have the one that we're watching on the video, the same one, like the smaller one. This is like the more expensive NTG, blah, blah, blah. We'll try everything. That mic does not sound as good as the other one. Oh, really? Okay. Well, good to know. But as long as it's serviceable, I guess, like for a YouTube video. You'll definitely want a bungee coil type cable. Yeah, this is just one of those tether cables for like photo shoots. It's like the super long one, so that way it can reach my Kimbap one. Oh, you know what? Let's do it ASMR. Hold on. ASMR mode. Which cat? We'll try Kimbap. Just to show you guys, yeah, I like this cable because it has a long reach. Hold on. ASMR mode. Activating. Kimbap. He said it. Okay. And I apologize on TikTok. I don't think you guys could hear that, but is that the mic you'll be using on the go? No, 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 no. This is just like for home. Although you could set it up to, it's like a shotgun mic, so I could hook it up to a camera. So in that sense, maybe I might end up using it for like if I'm walking around and filming. But no, this one, I was gonna use this for ASMR with my cats, but now we're on this other topic where I was like, oh, I could use this while I'm recording a number of YouTube videos and just like hand holding a microphone. But yeah, that mic is not made to be held like that. You get a lot of noise. Yeah. Do you guys hear a lot of noise with this? Or like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to play it back. Negative View Photo says, yeah, that's a Tether Tools C cable. Yeah, I don't think this cable was meant for this. But I didn't want to buy a dedicated cable for it until I just want to test with the cable I had. And this one's long enough that I wanted to see if it can reach Kimbap. And then if it worked, I was like, okay, no need to buy another USB-C cable. But if there is a better cable that allows for like better noise reduction or something like that, then I should consider it. Okay, you know what? We're done with this. Hold on. Let me unmute myself here and let me mute that thing. Cool. Okay, I think we're back. Let me just make sure everything is working again. Cool, cool, cool. Let me reduce this one. There we go. Negative View Photo, thanks for being here. I don't think I've seen your name before, so I appreciate you hopping into this Twitch chat. Kristen says, that looks kind of goofy if you're going to be in the studio holding the mic like that. I'm going for goofy, or I'm trying to go with less serious. That's the main thing. Because I don't think, in all my YouTube videos I've made so far, I don't think my humor has really stood out. As someone who has this belief that I'm very funny, and nothing you guys will tell me will ever dissuade me from that, I feel like my humor has not stood out in these videos. So I need to make sure I don't seem like I treat myself seriously. And my humor will eventually get to you guys on these videos. That mic's not made to be held like that. You get a lot of noise. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, but the thing is, since I'm going to be putting this into a YouTube video, I'm assuming in like post-production I could reduce the noise. That you could hear the kitty purrs. Nice. It's made to be set on a camera, a boom arm, or on your table. Sounds like a helicopter. Yeah, Kimbap's the best. It's absolutely a shotgun mic. Yeah. You can just get a Small Rig S70 and know your audio is clean on it. Okay. Thank you. The Small Rig S70. Okay, let me write that down. Small Rig S70. Okay. Thank you very much. Any cable is fine for as long as it has power delivery C cable, you are fine. Fed says if you want to hand hold it, you have to hold it down on the attachment point. So you're not touching. Oh yeah, I think I was just grabbing anywhere random on it. So yeah. Even your cell phone charger cable is fine for it. Dang, is that true? Dang. Okay. Well, then I'm glad I didn't spend money for like one of those expensive cables. Because I think like Rode and those guys sell cables, but it's like so expensive. That mic is so much better. Don't try to copy this guy. Your stuff is so much better. Thank you for the encouragement. Get one of those colorful hats with the propellers on top, like that traveling YouTuber. There's a dude who does that. A colorful hat with the propeller on top. Okay. Yeah, okay. Listen, I won't go that silly. I'm not trying to put on clown makeup and like be, yeah. I just want the right balance of you know, not trying to sell myself as being, yeah, an expert. That's all I'm trying to say. And I figure the mic can be a part of it. If you try to be like this guy, you are leagues ahead of him. Well, thank you very much, Negative View Photo. I was expecting with the name Negative, you're gonna have some negative views, but apparently it's only for photos and not for me. So thank you. Your mic alone is way better. I think maybe you're talking about this RE20 mic, which is, yeah, absolutely really good. I'm a huge fan of this. Shout out to all you guys in the early days who helped me with my mic situation. I was using a Beacon USB mic before, and it had issues with these recordings or these live streams. He's using a smaller shotgun with a dead cat indoors. Yeah. But in my opinion, I'm listening to this, the audio sounds clean, but it could just be his voice is very like, like smooth.
Challenge. I don't even know if these count as still lives, and so I had to rethink my strategy. I'm very
all right, here we go.
happy with all the work I'm doing, and after these 3 shots, I noticed that I do not have the energy or discipline to pull through a So instead of wasting the rest of the roll, I decided to stop and reassess.
Mindful says, don't knock that hat. He has 1.18 million subscribers. Oh, I thought you were joking. Excuse me. I'm still getting over this cough. Okay, so I need to look up this dude, Mike OK, after this. Here, let me just open up a new YouTube. Mike OK. Okay, we'll look at this guy in a second.
What I realized that I needed to change was to simplify the task even more, give myself more space and freedom.
Let me blow my nose.
Make the challenge easier. Making the challenge easier sounds a bit like a cop-out, but when you think about it, it's not that bad of an idea, because I believe it's better to make the challenge easier and then pull through with it than aim high and fail. Thus, I decided to begin a new role for a new challenge. This time, I kept it simple. All I wanted to achieve was to shoot at least one photograph per day. That's all. So what happened to the role that I began the still life challenge with? Well, conveniently, Melly and I decided to go on a day trip to Bregenz, and so I decided to shoot that role on that day.
Ooh. Okay, look, I'm able to finally show that I've been learning in the past however many months. Well, thanks to the whole thing with Dehancer, so shout out to Dehancer, and as I've learned more about like film emulation techniques and stuff, I'm finally able to recognize some of those things, right? So I can see here the effects of him applying the halation to this shot. So all this, like, you're seeing a bit of like this red fringing on some of the bright pixels, and I believe that is from halation. And then the bloom effect usually affects like the white stuff, right? I don't know. That's as much as I think about this. Fed says, you're doing dry humor all the time, and the way you present a lot of stuff already, it's fine. Yes, thank you very much. Dry, positive humor. I love Beacon. Are they even in business anymore? Speaking of dry humor there. I have no idea. I just bought a Beacon mic a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago, when I was first starting like the YouTube channel. And it worked really well, or it worked for my needs. I was like, I didn't want to invest a lot of money until I could test things out. But then when I started live streaming about 5 months ago, some people in the chat had let me know that there was some issues with the sound. Like it was a bit robotic, like, and even when I would play back my videos, it felt very tinny, and I didn't know how. I was still new to everything. I didn't know how to fix it. So ultimately, I ended up purchasing this RE20. But yeah. Kristen says, your humor is funny and intelligent, not goofy. But what if I want goofy and not intelligent? You don't need a clown nose or have a mic in your hand to be your natural humorous self. Thank you very much. Thank you. Classic Lut on that footage says negative. Yeah, so I'm not good enough to say like what kind of Luts or anything. But hey, look, small steps. I've recognized halation. That's something. Mike OK is a travel YouTuber that blogs all over the world, often in very hard to access areas. Oh, you know what? I might have seen one of his videos. I think someone in the chat might have sent me, it could have been you actually. Someone sent me, I think, one of his videos before. I think. It's a film simulation LUT. Oh, okay. You recognize it. Dang. So negative view photo. I'm assuming you're a photographer and a cinematographer or something. And if you were also a streamer, let us know. I'll make sure to follow you. Kristen says, I've watched some of his videos. Okay. Okay, one thing I don't like. Well, okay, one thing that's standing out is that he's been using a lot of soundtracks, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It was just noticeable to me that he's been jumping from like one song to the next. And to be fair, like this video feels very compact. Like he is throwing a lot of information and changing things up. There's a nice story to it, right? It's flowing. So the music shifts make sense, I think. But here, I thought maybe he was playing like I thought he's playing a song of whatever country or wherever they're at. But if I'm not mistaken, that was like a Japanese song, and they're definitely not in Japan. Not that that's like, oh, wow, how could you? But sometimes I feel like as I'm trying to match soundtrack with the mood, but also like the environment of what I'm shooting, it seems to be like it should try to line up a bit more. I don't know. That's in my head, though. He has an exterior editor, you can tell. What is an exterior editor? Like as in like he outsources the editing? Is that what you're saying? I travel vicariously through YouTube. So do we all. I agree with you on that. Union colors of 26 years. Yo. Negative. Well, that's awesome because I'm learning how to be better at color grading. So if you continue watching my streams, because we are doing a bit of video editing as well today. So I'm switching over to Mongolia. I do mostly travel vlogs and turning that into something a bit better, hopefully. But yeah, I'll be doing a bit of color grading shortly. So would always appreciate any advice. I usually edit on DaVinci. You're a certified Blackmagic, Ari, and Red cameraman. Dang. Yo, you're like the big leagues. We got a bunch of Red shooters. We got a bunch of Blackmagic shooters in the community. And we have some people who also like work on big film projects. One of them is right now in Taiwan on like some film projects. So, well, thanks for being here. Hopefully you'll continue to enjoy whatever we're doing. You can tell 100%. Dang, you can tell that. Well, listen, Negative View. Hold on. While you're here, let me make sure to share my YouTube channel. Would love for you to check out the channel, see, get your thoughts. If you haven't followed it already, you should definitely subscribe. But then, yeah, give me your thoughts because I've been trying my best to be more like a proper cinematographer. You're 50. When the industry changed, so did I. Dang, nice. You got experience, man. Kristen says, if you played honky tonk music from Mongolia, that would be the goofy stuff you absolutely shouldn't do. Yeah, exactly. You know, we did for that Mongolia episode 1. I was trying my best to like play actual Mongolian music to fit the mood. But you know, like I'm acting. Who cares? Like, it's like, does it really matter for this video? It's not meant to be super serious. So, whereas mine was meant to be cultural. So I think that's why you needed to match it a bit better. We're getting bombarded by Canon shooters yesterday. Oh, yesterday? Was there? Oh yeah. we don't discriminate. Used DaVinci since alpha. Okay. I didn't know. Yeah, I don't even know what alpha is. I'm thankful for everything it's paid into. Yes. All right, let's keep watching this. Oh my god. The sounds of the girls or the children screaming or whatever just happened there, it gave me like a heart attack. I don't know why. I thought it was like literally behind me. Ooh.
So, wasn't a bad day, I'd say. Some highlights for me were this photograph and this one, which I both showed you in my recent video looking back at this year's photography. Some photos
I need to do, that's another thing I had written for myself, is like doing more of these kind of overhead shots. Because I have the setup now, right? I have the rig, I can just put my camera there. Fed saying, what are we watching now? Oh, it's the same video. Yeah, it's a long video apparently. 15 minutes. So DaVinci, when it first started, handed out discs to film studios before it became official. Wow. And that was called Alpha? Kristen said, I can't even watch that video. Who showed you this guy? This guy's good. Well, this part is like this weird montage thing, right? But I liked his intro. That's what I was trying to say. Now it's just like a topic on stills. And, oh, he's even got his little Squarespace ad thing. I need to get sponsors, man. And, okay. And he's got this stuff. So we'll skip ahead a little bit. Or maybe all of it. We'll see. No, you know the channel I really like? It's the, what was it? Emiria Ramez or Emira? Oh my god. Emira Ramez? Ermia Ramez. This guy is crazy. Like, I want to learn more of like how he does his stuff. It's the build before beta as like a, hey, if you like us, look out for our program. Gotcha. Someone went really hard on the bloom. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, anyway, so that was some good stuff. I did take some learnings from it. So what did I say? I like the title font style. It's like super small and informal, slightly handwritten style, so less serious. I like the intro structure, so speaking into the camera casually, then building up some music and going into a quick intro, and then there's a title sequence, and then you move on quickly. Whereas I think a lot of times for my intro trailers, they end up being a bit long, where this one was like 5 seconds, boom. Sound effects, I mentioned that about 1 minute in. as his voice picks back up, instead of just lowering the volume of the soundtrack, he muffled the soundtrack, which it was a cool effect, and I never considered that before, but that's something I want to keep an eye out for, or an ear out for. And then the background, instead of having a pitch black, I like more of the textural styles. I'm not a big fan of what he used on his, but I prefer more abstract textural stuff. But there we go. We got some good notes in. So, okay. It's the build. Yeah, gotcha. And yeah, oh yeah, I should have taken a note, but was it the bloom or the halation? Whichever one, it did seem like he used a bit of that. So, okay. Now, let's get into my stuff, right? So, negative view photo. Let me share with you, yeah, I'll share with you, for example, like how I did an intro for my travel vlog. And yeah, and then I'm making episode 2 of this travel. So I should be able to play it from here, no issues. Let me double check. Well, first I should unmute.
Are moments.
There we go. Okay. Let's play this out.
There are moments you never forget. When you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Good memories from this, by the way. Kristen says, I freaking love the Mongolian trailer. Thank you very much, Kristen. I appreciate also that you're a part of that journey so long ago, it feels like. And here we are. We're back at it. We're getting back into Mongolia, episode 2, and we've got so many other countries and footage that I've captured that I need to turn into hopefully engaging content. So yesterday I had spent some time kind of breaking down again and trying to think through structurally what changes to make to this episode 2, or part 2, I guess, because it feels weird to say episode 2 because it's almost like it's its own standalone portrayal of Mongolia, because I'm trying to break from that diary feel, at least for this particular video. So instead of going like day 1 we did this to day 2 and day 3, now it's just going to be like, here are 4 songs that I captured while I was traveling that tell different pillars of the way of living in the Altai culture. And as each song plays out, I will put some B-roll that conveys that feeling. So yeah, anyways, it's going to be quite different from how I've done the others, which is a good challenge, but it also means there's a lot more thought process I have to put into this so that it actually makes sense to someone just randomly watching it. So initially I was thinking like, oh, I'll have 0 voiceover because it's really just going to be the voices of the song, like whoever's singing. But then I realized I do think I need to add some context. So maybe I'll add the context in the beginning, similar to how we had the voiceover in episode 1. And then maybe I'll add context in the intermission scenes where we've got like the eagles flying. So that guy with the cigarette is my favorite scene. Yeah. No, is his name Ardok? No, that's the eagle's name. Oh, I forget his name. This dude. Yeah. Badass, man. It was negative 40 degrees at one point, or at most points, and this dude's just puffing away on a cigarette. Fed says he or his editor seems to think it looks very cinematic if he just blew and bloom all detail away. I kind of want to agree with you, Fed, but I'm a little hesitant because I don't think my color grade, like I'm gonna probably fall into the same trap at some point. So I don't want to be yeah. You may be correct, and I might be guilty of that in the future, if not already. Oh, you said blur and bloom. Gotcha. It's got me want to watch more of this Mongolia footage for sure. Well, thank you. Yeah, you know, this was a labor of love, right? This was our first month of live streaming where we just kind of broke down everything. You can, if you guys want, you can go to my YouTube channel, and on the live stream playlist, if you go from day 1 until day 20 something, every day I was streaming. I didn't miss a day. It was literally 20 something days in a row. and each stream 7-8 hours, and it was just breaking down this video, every step of it, trying to figure out the trailer, the color grading, the title sequence, the storyline, all of it. So Kavai says, feels like a movie already. How did you get the point of view eagle shot? Oh yeah, it's a GoPro on the eagle's head. I'll show it in a second. Are you still going for the 4 themes with the song? Yes, I am. I think I want to try that as much as possible. Negative said, this is before applying color. This is all, I guess, I don't know, final graded stuff. So yeah, I applied some LUT at the end. I was testing out some LUTs from lens distortions, but usually I usually do all the color grading myself and then play with it after. But still, yeah, I'm trying to do it myself. And I have learned a lot more since this video in terms of like proper color grading, but we still have a long ways to go. We got a long ways to go. Negative says, I will show you the numbers. I will teach you. Yes. Oh, thank you. And Ikidis. Hello, Ikidis. The fluffy ponies. Yes, you're back in time for a lot of horse stuff. Where is that fluffy pony? There you are. You're back in time for that. Welcome back, Ikidis. You will be good. Thank you. Thank you, Negative. I really love this. I watched a lot of the Yakuts YouTube. Yakuts YouTube. I don't think I've seen that. But thank you. Thank you. For someone who's in the industry, who's got all that experience that you have, it always feels good if someone who's knowledgeable tells me that you approve. But I also appreciate criticism, right? I appreciate harsh criticism too. I don't take offense easily. So by all means, if something I'm doing is like, yo, this is trash, let me know. You can even say that and I'll just be like, okay. Fed says, your color grading looks great, even on the stuff you did early on before you had learned much of anything in Resolve. It looked really good. Thank you, man. Yeah, Fed, it's been, yeah, because I know you hopped in when I did that Island of Second Chances short film with the ZR. So hopefully you can see some improvements here and there. But yeah, I do feel like after that Island of Second Chance, the ZR thing, I did treat it a bit more seriously. And thanks to you, Fed, and a few others in the chat who were like telling me about, you know, Cullen Kelly and those other guys, and like, here's how you're supposed to set it up, and, you know, here's how your node tree should look like, generally speaking. Negative says, so I love this already. I would love to color all of this or step by step with you. Oh, thanks, man. Well, listen, because this is episode 2, and my goal was, I'm literally going to go back to each of these shots. Well, okay, so there's a bit of a problem because these are not the raw footage anymore. The raw footage is on a file somewhere else, and I don't think I care enough to like pull up the raw footage again to properly color grade. So these are like, I exported these videos into Apple ProRes 422 HQ, I think. So it's still good quality, but it's not like the proper true raw. I was shooting in NRAW 12-bit, but I will still try to recreate a nice node tree and see if I can like redo some of the color grading for each of the shots that I have. Starting with even this one, but some of these are like GoPro shots and stuff like that. But yeah, I would love for you to help me out. Yeah, all of you guys in the chat at any point. Yo, we got Beatty in the chat. I was just talking about you. I didn't say your name, but we've got someone new in the chat, Negative View Photo, who's mentioned that he's been a colorist for as many years as DaVinci Resolve has been around, it sounds like, or even longer. So yeah, and then Beatty, I was mentioning, Beatty is someone in our community who is like a proper, works on all these super secretive NDA projects for Hollywood or like, you know, big film studios and stuff like that. So yeah, man, we get some like pro experts, everyone in the chat. Negative says, oh, Yakuts, the coldest city on Earth. Gotcha. For some reason, I thought you were talking about some dude. Fed says, you can probably do a similar grade now, grading it yourself with a little help from Dehancer now without the LUTs. Yeah, I'm happy to try everything without the LUTs now and just do it myself. Kristen says, you do a fantastic job with your musicality. Oh, thank you. In your videos, you get it on beat. It shows the incredible work you do above and beyond most people. Thank you very much, Kristen. I will always accept high praise like that. Feels good. Beatty says, good day, people. How are you? Hope you are all well. Hope you're doing well in Taiwan. Hopefully the shooting is going well. Kavai says, thanks, Beatty. Hope you're doing good. I can teach you the tree longer. 26 years is how long you've been a colorist. Dang. All right, because I've been a quote unquote colorist, amateur colorist for like all of 6 months, I think. So you can do a lot of that stuff you did early on in the chimp video manually in nodes where you relied more on LUTs before. Makes sense because grading photography can often be LUT based. I don't ever use LUT, says Negative. You will learn the complete tree from start to finish. You will learn how to save trees for I don't know why that was funny. I thought you meant like saving literal trees. Save trees for various shot types, indoor, outdoor, nature, outdoors, and you started out doing photography. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. So this is episode 2 that I'm working on. And like I said, there's a bunch of things that we need to do. One, I want to recolor grade, not too much, but at the very least, like kind of re-look at each of these shots and see what I would do differently or if I'm following the proper techniques. But bear in mind, like I said, these are not the raw footage, so these are already kind of baked in color grading stuff. And then I need to start thinking through the structure of this. I think about the intro section. So here's the intro. Forget the text, but we're going to have this shot. So this is going to be the shot once I color grade it, where it shows the eagle, and then it switches over to the shot of the eagle from the eagle's point of view, and we get this nice little shot of it in flight, and then it just kicks into the typical trailer. Fed says we all need to save trees and plant them also. Yes. Negative's asking, I will have to ask, did you buy your DaVinci? Yes, I did. Why? Is there like, are you able to not buy your DaVinci? I know there's a lot of, initially I wasn't going to buy it as I was testing it out. Here's why I got into DaVinci. I am a Nikon shooter, so I work with Nikon quite a bit. And I'm a loyal guy to in general, but like I'm saying, I have my Nikon cameras. I was starting to get into like video instead of photo as I was traveling. And so Nikon has this NRAW feature. I knew nothing about it. It just felt like, oh, the file size is much smaller. So if it's supposed to be as good quality as like an Apple ProRes 12-bit HQ, blah, 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 let me film in NRAW. But the problem was only DaVinci could actually be compatible with it. So I was like, let me force myself to learn DaVinci. And that's where I kind of started the journey. And I would have continued using the free version, except the fact that I was filming a lot in 120 frames per second. And one of the limitations was I needed the paid version to edit the 120. And there we are. BD says, yeah, it's going fine. Just moving along. 2 more days until our show here. Oh, so you guys are still in preparation prior to the show. Negative says studio has things that free doesn't. Also, Magic Mask are a studio thing. Yeah, I haven't really played around with Magic Mask too much. It wasn't necessary as much for my projects, but it seems like it's in the name, right? It seems a bit magical for sure. So let me drink real quick. And I need help with fonts. I get yelled at all the time for... Oh, speaking of James Cameron, Fedorevsky, there's something I have in common with him. We both like papyrus, okay? So I stand tall. What is it? What do people say? I stand 10 toes down on papyrus. But I won't use papyrus on my projects because I understand how controversial it is. And I want people to respect me. But I like that papyrus. So you had asked earlier, but yeah, I think the structure will stay the same. There are going to be like 4 pillars, I guess, that I want to highlight. So it's going to be less of me narrating and more of just like, thankfully I had at least 4 clips or footage where somebody was singing and performing on the trip. And I have at least 4 different songs that were quite different from each other in terms of the tonality or like the mood of the song. So then I figured each one could represent like a pillar of the Altai life. So this one was kinship. And, you know, because this was a moment where we all were supposed to go out hunting, and then it was negative 40 degrees, and it was too cold for all of us, including the horses and the eagles. So we all just piled into one of the hunters' home, and then the lady of the house, she like immediately started cooking up a feast for all of us. And then they popped out this Mongolian vodka, they popped out this instrument, and then we were all just like drinking and singing. So it was really fun, honestly. Like, it was a really cool thing to be a part of. And so this is like this kinship moment. So I'll have a whole B-roll section of different moments when they were all, you know, just like anything that represents kinship. So that would be like one of the verses of, or chapters of this episode. Then another one would be like when a guy was like doing throat singing. Then there's one where the ladies started performing. So that would be more about like homestead. And then I forget what the fourth one is. So that will be kind of the structure of this one. I don't know if it's going to turn out good, but you know, it's all in the name of experimentation and trying different things. BD says it's always really nice working with local crews in other countries because they are so driven generally compared to LA. I never thought of it that way. But yeah, I guess when you're, since I guess in your world with LA, maybe things are, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like breath of fresh air type. But maybe the quality might not be as good, is what I would say. Negative View says Magic Mask would help in these shots. Oh yeah, actually, I guess I didn't think about that, but it takes so, yeah, okay. I could use some Magic Mask on some of these things because I want to get really comfortable with it. Fed says there's a few ways to get Resolve, like buy their products and get studio free a lot of the times. Oh, okay. Like if I bought the A10 mini, blah, 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 you can get DaVinci. Negative says I have like 3,000 fonts. I can send you a drive link. Oh man, I would appreciate that. Yeah. I just buy some, or I have a subscription to Envato Elements, and sometimes I'll get some fonts from there. But yeah, if you can, I have a Discord. Let me go ahead and pop in the Discord link. Feel free to join our Discord. I'm always looking to grow out the community with fellow creatives, and feel free to share it there as well if it's open or if it's like publicly accessible, or feel free to DM me. And thank you for the offer. Kavai says, how wholesome. Yeah. BD says, yeah, this is a live project, so everything is a lot of safety meetings, pre-lighting. Oh man, BD, I can keep asking you questions about the live stuff then. But I think I have settled on getting the Rodecaster video. I think that will be my video / audio switcher. But obviously my needs are very, very drastically different from yours and less professional. But yeah, I'm excited to now start to understand about this whole live concept in like a commercial sense. We worked until midnight again, so it's been a lot. Man, BD, if you ever need someone to join you on a project, you know, hopefully if it's interesting enough and you can use some help, I'm happy to, especially if it's a travel-based thing, you know, sign me up. I feel like I would love to understand that world. Yeah, my goal is to get into like the film industry for sure. For sure. Negative View Photo says, what you are doing is amazing, and I love the videos because, yeah, that chick in Yakutsk goes to the Russian college, but she's making bank. Okay. We got to make bank as well. Fed says, did you get to try Arki when there? Milk-based alcohol they make traditionally. Maybe they gave it to me without me knowing. I mean, we had the vodka. We had some other, like, milk-looking things. We had, like, camel milk stuff as well. I don't remember the name, though. Iskelin Tarag. They also distill it into a brandy. Ooh, I might have. I love that the Rodecaster podcast thing. I have it. Oh, nice. Do you have a neat video for DaVinci? I have no idea what a neat video is. Okay, so for instance, that's one of the songs. Then, oh yeah, these are all the B-roll that I need to start applying to that shot. And it could all use a bit of color grading. But like I said, this project's probably not the best one for me to really continue honing my color grading skills, because it's not like the raw shots in many ways. It's already been like color corrected and then a bit of graded. So I'll feel more comfortable when we move on to the next project to continue improving my craft. What was one of the other verses? So for instance, we have another chapter here. So we got one of the verses where like this dude is like a Mongolian throat singer. So this is, I think, the hunt. I think that's what we named it. So as he sings, I would then start to show a bunch of footage of the eagle hunters doing their thing, the hunting, right? Because that's such a big part of their culture, like being out there, yeah, like doing the action, right? That's what they're known for. So that'll be another verse. Then we had a more somber verse. I forget what the Resilience. Yeah, resilience. So this one would be where I put a bunch of B-roll of like the winter vibes, right? How crazy it is. Kristen says, I got to take off. Glad I got to join you today. Thank you very much, Kristen, for being back. It's good to see you back. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. If you're here, let me know. But yeah, we're back into the grind. Neat video cleans up noise in footage by way of a plugin. Oh man, I need that. I need this neat video thing. Let me write a note about this. Neat video. Neat video plugin. Thank you, thank you. Fed says the vodka could be Arky. They maybe just call it vodka. Oh, okay. I do have a close-up of that vodka. Maybe it'll say. I will give you that too. Oh, you'll give it to me. Oh, thank you. You can match footage for that stuff to blend in. Ooh, man. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your generosity. I appreciate you being here as well. Also, you can use Fairlight to fix... I suck at Fairlight. Every time I try to dabble in that thing, I just... yeah. It destroys me. I will give that to you via Google Drive link. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, hop into the Discord. Okay, so I really like this song. So this is Aibo, he was my guide, and the song is very somber. I'm a fan of how it sounds. In some ways, I want to front load it, but it's called, I think this one we landed on Resilience. So like I said, this is where we're going to show B-roll of showing like the dense blizzard, the kind of like the harsh conditions that the people live in these like Altai mountains, right? Because it's not easy living. It's really not. So I figured that's another big pillar, culturally speaking, of like how I would define the Altai people is, yeah, they're people of resilience. So let me play this out so we can hear it. Welcome to Cobra Kai.
Artık sözge ecelden hevesim yok. Ölüm dese sayraydı gönlüm
So yeah, imagine the B-roll would be throughout this. Yeah. Anyways, oh, and then, yeah, so I think I'm going to still stick with this concept where in between each verse, there'll be like a quote-unquote intermission. So each of these intermissions is just like when we hop into like the eagle, some of the shots that I have of the eagles. So it'll add like a nice, continue to have some of these wildlife, quote-unquote wildlife type moments, which is hopefully a bit of my branding. But yeah, like also the eagles are one of the key reasons I was traveling there. They're super awesome to see. It's part of their tradition. So each of the intermissions will be just like some shot that I have of the eagles doing their thing. And then initially I was thinking it just would play out with nothing else, maybe some soundtracks or whatever, ambient sound. My new thinking is that in these intermissions is where you'll hear my voiceover. So I think I will include voiceover where I provide a bit of context from either maybe the previous chapter or the previous verse. So then I can give my thoughts about like, okay, so like, let's say if the previous one was about resilience or if it was about the hunt, then I would use this intermission moment to add in my voice to kind of talk through like, my observations of like whatever my fascinations were or things that I really enjoyed about my time there, learning about their culture, especially about how they hunt, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Fed, you asked, are you adding some voiceover to the intermission? Yeah, exactly. Oh, so I think I just read your message as I was saying that. So yeah, exactly. I think that's my current thinking is I actually will add my voiceover. That way I can provide the missing context because without the context, it could still just feel weird of like, oh, there's like a song, something about homestead, and then like, why are we watching this eagle in flight? And like, what's the audio that's going in the back of it? And so it'd be weird to play like a soundtrack. Like, you know, here we are listening to like actual Mongolian people or the Kazakh hunters. We're hearing like the audio that I captured while I was on the shoot. And then having an intermission where I'm just playing some random soundtrack, that could be jarring, right? So then, yeah, so it's like either it's in silence or I'm using the actual sound that I captured, but the sound here, I'm playing a lot of these in slow motion, so it's not going to be like clean sound. Yeah, so then I'm thinking maybe the best solution is introduce my voice again, but use my voice sparingly and only to just bolster why I chose this verse or why I chose this pillar. Like, why did I say this one's going to be called Homestead or Resilience or blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it's my way to glaze a bit more of like the people that I met there. But having some nice, you know, nice little shots to kind of keep things entertaining. So like, for instance, this would be another intermission where we get one of the point of views where the eagle had the GoPro on, and then you see it in flight. So imagine while this is playing out, here's where I'd be like, okay, so we just listen to that dude singing about XYZ. Here's my extra thoughts about how I witnessed this when I was there. And like, wow, I had this moment is like, oh my God, crazy, right? Blah, blah, blah. Wow, the feels. And that's basically what I would do. I might still need some soundtrack. I'm not sure though. Fed says, yeah, this is a good idea with the voiceovers in the intermission. Okay, nice. Well, thank you. So, okay, we're on the right track. The Mongolians speak through the songs. You speak in the parts in between. You said it best. Yeah, I like how you said that. Yeah. So that really, it's like the Mongolians are the true voice of this, and I am the MC that pops in between to introduce the next singer. There we go. Yeah, because each time there's someone else singing. So basically, I am the person being like, now introducing the one and only, blah, blah, blah. So yeah. But yeah, these shots are kind of fun. So my hope was that people would stick around or find this enjoyable to keep watching in between the verses. But realistically, especially my channel's not that big, either you're going to watch this because you're a fan of my channel, or I don't know. I don't know if like having these eagle intermissions actually will keep someone watching or not. If anything, it might detract, but I wanted to share it somewhere. And then we have one final one here, which is the thing that we started with. The Mongolians speak through the songs. Yep. And you can use Fairlight to add those in without issue. Oh, okay. Man. Yeah, because I need to learn how to use Fairlight. And I think this is the final intermission that I've got. Then I was struggling figuring out how I can incorporate both shots at once. Because initially I was thinking, oh, show this one after the other. But there's something cool with seeing like a synchronized performance, right? There's something about like seeing that this is a literal exact same time that I feel like adds a bit more to the shot. So that was the thinking behind like, is there a way I can put both together? There's probably a better way to combine the two shots, but you know, here we are. And then, which song are we missing? Oh yeah, we have the Homestead. So then we have this song. So this would be like a chapter on the family, right? Like the family, the strong family ties that I witnessed when I was there. Fed says, I think you need the intermissions, but you can work on editing them down depending on the voiceover. Yeah, because I think some of these I could speed up, or like you don't need to see it in full. And then I think I am planning to just make a separate video that just combines all of those eagle shots and just make it one of my cinematic travel moments playlist videos. So you can see all of the eagle shots on its own, you know, start to finish. Was it you flying the drone? I did have a drone at one point, but I barely used it. Yeah, I barely used it. That was the GoPro. Literally, there was a GoPro attached to the eagle's back, which is really cool. Really cool. Because the guy, he like made a custom vest for the eagle. Yobel speaks Mongolian? I wish. What's up, King Kruk, by the way? Thanks for being here. So same thing, as this plays, B-roll kicks in, showing like the kids, the family, you know, that kind of stuff. Feel good moments. So yeah, I think in terms of the songs, we've got I think they should do the job. So one of them is on kinship, when they're all drinking and they're getting drunk together, they're just bonding together. Then we got the hunt, which is when they're in action mode and a big part of their culture, when they're actually hunting for sustenance, right? Like with the eagles. Then we got the homestead. So like here's the vibes of like the family ties, and so like the children and the upbringing, and you know how closely how close they are as a family. And then having resilience, so then showing the tough nature of the harsh conditions, which are a very unique aspect of where they live that most people around the world would never understand, and how ingrained into their way of life. So then we got a song for that. And then we have a final song, which is like the farewell song. So then the B-roll for this would just be like seeing me pack up, saying goodbye to people, heading back to the airport, maybe going all the way back home and seeing, you know, my cats again. And that's it. And then maybe I should add some voiceover at the end of it. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, that's where we stand. So in my head, I think it all kind of makes sense. But, you know, it's good to have that make sense in your head. In practicality speak, you know, like it's hard to put into action. So I think I have enough of the parts here, but there's still a few things missing that I'm sure I'll have to flesh out and improve upon. But really, like, the ball's in my court is kind of what I'm saying. We have all the ingredients. It's really up to me now to, like, you know, make it tasty. There we go. Mindful Fed says, I think Yobo can only speak Mongolian through throat singing. Yeah, actually, you guys are getting a sense. If I didn't mute myself, you guys have been hearing a bit of that Mongolian throat singing. So yeah, that one shot looked like it was quite a bit back behind the eagle, though. Oh wait, which shot? Let me go back. Negative says, like, see, with Fairlight, you can bring her voice up without messing with the instrument audio with the lifter for a female voice. Oh man. Thank you for being a part of the community now, because you're speaking a language. I think I understand what you're saying, but I just need practice. I'm very much my brain no work good unless I do things, right? The more I do, the more I know. So yeah, I think I just need to practice it. But I think I understand what you're saying. I know enough of Fairlight to think I understand. You put some kind of filter or like one of the EQ things or something. Hold on, which eagle shot were you talking about? So this one, yeah, I think everything I shared is from the GoPro attached. You can see it here, right? So it's like fairly close to the head, and then because the GoPro has such a wide angle point of view anyways. So this one obviously is the GoPro, and then let me see if I can find the other shots. What was the other one I showed you? This one. So same thing, we got the GoPro attached. I use that tool so much, it's a great tool. Nice. Then you can add in a noise reduction to kill any smaller noises around her. Oh man, because I wasn't considering doing any of that. I'm gonna be honest. I thought I was just gonna play it as is. Maybe just lift the decibels, like crudely speaking, right? There's a follow shot behind the eagle. Okay, let me find it. Because clearly this is behind the head. I don't know how my GoPro survived this. Because the eagle at times would turn around and start biting the glass. Stick the landing. Boom. Oh, okay. Maybe you're talking about this shot, or yeah. So this one, I had the GoPro on the beanie that I was wearing, so I had like a front-facing shot, and then this shot was just Aibo was holding my phone. Were you on the ground filming the bird? It looked horizontal to it, like a follow shot. That must have been the case, because yeah, at one point I did have like my 400, and I was just filming, and we were in the mountains, so it was kind of like a eye level shot as I was tracking it. So maybe that's the one you were talking about. Wait, did I show another one? Maybe this one. This was with the 400. Now the reason you do this is to take that bit of footage and create a somber moment in which there is a silent buildup of her music. That should keep attention up. Okay. It's what's called a catch scene. Catch scene. It calms down the viewer and then gets the attention back to your new subject. Ooh, okay. We're learning a new term, the catch scene. So a catch scene is where you create a somber moment. So you use audio in a way to build up tension or like a mood. Okay. So I don't know, Mindful, if this is the one. There's a full wide shot from behind the bird further back. That shot is obviously a ground shot. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Well, this is the only other one I was considering. Man, it was so much fun filming this, by the way. Because it's also not the easiest, because you're trying to track this eagle, and you don't know which direction it's going to fly from. Sometimes it circles around, it goes in other ways. Okay, so the one you were talking about, Mindful, must have been this one here, yeah. I think? Is this the one you were talking about, maybe? Because it was slightly mid and then going below. But yeah, this is just me hand-holding the 400. But yeah, so there we go. We gotta stitch this all together into a nice little video. Negative says, that's crazy that the GoPro survived this temperature. Oh yeah, that temperature was the other thing for sure. I was surprised. Even the Z9 held up pretty well. There were times that it was so cold. Do I have behind the scenes footage? I do have it somewhere. I just don't know if it's here. Let's see. I think this is all the footage from the trip. Basically, it got so cold, I would wrap up the camera in like the fox coats, and then I would film underneath the coating, because the camera would start to get sluggish. Like basically, you would look at the viewfinder or whatever, and everything would be on a delay. It literally looked like the camera was drunk because it's too cold. So then I thought that the filming would also be sluggish, but turns out the film actually was fine. So when you hit record in those moments, it recorded everything properly. It was just that the monitor looked very delayed and sluggish. That's a good filler in between the first-person shots of the bird. That's a good filler in between the first-person shots of the bird. Gotcha. Save that. Thank you. It was, I think, when the camera was first in the over the shoulder shot, then it cut to a behind shot. Well, either way, I might have missed it, but either way, it's definitely not a drone shot. I should have just said that from the beginning. I think I only took a drone shot like really, really high up overhead at one point, but it was a terrible shot, so I don't think I'm going to show it at all. Let me see if I can find. Also, let's put some music back on. The Z9 is weather sealed though? Yeah. The Z9 is like super durable. It's like, yeah, weather sealed, no issues. But it did start to look like it was dying. You should have asked him to smoke the cigarette again, and then when the eagle lands, he hands the cigarette to the eagle so he can have a drag too. Missed opportunities, yeah. I was about to say, like, no, I would never encourage someone to smoke. It's a bad habit. But then you got me with the eagle. I'm like, ooh, maybe I should have. Okay, 400 on the ground. Good that you got that, because it makes it seem like a tracking shot from behind. Oh, nice. So I was able to, like, simulate something better than what it actually was. Let me see if I can find. I want to show a little bit of that behind the scenes. Oh, here we go. Yeah, see, this was the drone shot, but it was just so terrible. I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't when it comes to drone stuff. And the environment wasn't really conducive for drone shots because it was just like pure white. There was nothing like beautiful or stunning to look at, unfortunately, because it was just a lot of whiteness. So, yeah. Let me see if I have some of those. Okay, I'll play this out so we can hear the audio because I want to. Hopefully, you guys can hear how freaking cold it was. If you could hear that, let's see. The Z9. Oh yeah, the lenses for sure have like a 14-degree limit. I really hope you had a lens cover. I don't think, because if not, the oils in the blades will seize up and freeze. Ooh, well, I definitely didn't do that. I actually have some footage where you can see the front lens froze over. Like you could see the ice coating. I'll see if I can find it in a second.
1 second, let me make sure. All right. Shake it.
Man, I was freezing.
Okay. Where do I? Okay. Yeah.
Qarab tur. Alca. Ja. Bo'ldimi? Olamiz. Alca. Okay.
Ready?
Here you go. Here you go.
I don't even know where the eagle was. I think the eagle was like chilling over here somewhere.
Here you go.
What are they saying? Looks freezing? Oh man. If you can hear cold, this was it. 14 is like the limit for most lenses. If you have those lens hoodies, it keeps it nice and warm. Oh, okay, I should have done that. I did not. I don't know what the Celsius equivalent is, but you were like, yeah, I was at -40. And -40 is -40 Celsius and Fahrenheit. There it is. Okay, here comes the eagle. Man, it was so intense because these eagles are massive. So when it hits your arm, it hits it hard.
My hands, fingers frozen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We were all just dying.
Wow, it's amazing.
I don't know. I made it, but I'm not sure.
Okay. I was trying to see if I can find. -40 is 60 plus over the limit. These guys are superheroes. Yeah, man. Their way of life. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so intense, right? And this is like this is a normal day for them. And then when I was on this trip, one of the horses died because it was so cold. So I included at the very end of the episode 1, which everyone should check out on YouTube. But I'll play it in a second. Where is it? Because it's like 20 degrees right now in New York. Where are you? Oh, here we go. So, like, basically, this is how I had set up the camera when I was getting ready to shoot. Because I was trying to keep it warm-ish. But you can see I had no lens hood on. Or no, when you said lens hood, I had the lens hood. I thought you meant like the lens covering on the front end. If you meant the lens hood, then yes, I always had that on. Yeah. There's a cover for that. Yeah, I didn't put the front cover on top of it though. And it sounds like maybe I should have done that. But yeah, we got some clean footage of the eagles in flight. It's gonna be fun. This is a proper video I need to post on its own. And if I really want to milk it, I can make a bunch of YouTube videos where it's like flight number 1, flight number 2, flight number 3, because each one in slow motion can play for like, you know, over a minute or two. So let's see how much I need to milk YouTube content, because we have so many of these shots. All right, look at this, coming in hot. But that's not what I wanted to show. I have a moment somewhere where I show the I show how cold it was, where it literally like, froze over my camera. Dun, 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 dun. Where are you? Basically, it got so cold, we took a gas stove, and then they just lit it so that the fire could be my heater in the room. But I don't know where it is. I gotta find the clip. Dun, 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 dun. Where are you? Ah, here it is. Okay, found it. There's a cover for that. That eagle looks badass with the GoPro on it. Yeah, it was such a unique shot. Because this dude that I was staying with happened to make a vest to attach the GoPro, but it's not like a common thing you'll ever see. So, Mongolia eagle is kick-ass. Yes, super. King had mentioned something. Does the Z9 offer some counterweight to the 400 2.8? Like a counterweight? I don't think so. But maybe I'm not sure what you're talking about. A counterweight. It's usually the batteries that's the issue in the cold. They lose power really fast. Yeah. So this is what I had to do some of the nights. They literally just put a propane tank or whatever you call it. They just lit the stove and just kept it going.
Alright, it's a bit chillier than expected the past couple days. So here's how we're staying warm tonight. Just running a fire right behind me.
And I think I mentioned this. I have a phobia. It's not a proper phobia, but I have like this random fear that... Because I don't know anything about propane tanks and stoves and stuff. And I always have this fear, maybe from all the movies you've seen. I blame Fight Club. I have this fear that all of a sudden that tank is going to explode. Or the gas stove or something's going to explode. So imagine now I was facing one of those fears. Because they literally just plopped this big ass tank. And had this stove just running.
As I edit here, and hang out with my new friend.
So that was me. That was how I was coping with my fear, by making a video with it. But my God, was it freezing. But I had some other shots where you can see the lens freeze over. We also had my eagle, or one of the eagles taking a dump on my backpack. Where is the lens freezing over? So some of these shots will be part of that, like the homestead. Oh, here it is. So this is how cold it got. The lens is heavier than the body. That eagle looks badass. Yeah. The lens is heavier than the body. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So cold that my camera froze.
So you can kind of get a sense here, right? Literally, it would just keep like forming ice on the front. The camera itself balancing the lens by acting as a counterweight. Gotcha.
Over.
All I know is that the 400 feels really good. Like, ergonomically speaking, it feels really good with the Z9. It just feels proper. Yo, Skander Ryan. Skander, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you. On the YouTube side, yes. Is that a tripe meal? Was it? Hold on. Let's play this out. Yeah, they just randomly had some baby goats. So here's okay. So these are some of the moments that will be lost if I go with. I am going with this approach of like these 4 songs and then like the intermissions with eagles. So because I'm not going the approach of like a vlog diary style, there will be moments like this that I'm not necessarily being able to share, right? Like this lens freezing over or like showing the gas stove and stuff. But I like this approach anyway, so we're gonna stick with it. And then maybe these scenes can be like behind the scene, like bonus clips that I can still share on YouTube as like standalone stuff, right? Oh, you were asking about the food. Where was the food shots? Oh, it was before. Maybe this thing. What was it? Man, we had a chef with us the whole time. She was so good. Like the food was always amazing. We had some kind of dumplings. Pizza at one point. She made us pizza. Like homemade and everything. I don't know what this is, but it was delicious. And this is like some kind of breaded salted fish, I think. Yo, I ate so well everywhere. And then yeah, this is what I would have to do because the lenses would start freezing over, so I would just hover around the fire to try to like melt it out. Does it hurt the lens over time to be frozen like that? You know what? I would have said no, but now I'm hearing from negative that there could be issues, I guess, with like the oil. Yeah, I guess I don't know the mechanisms inside the lens to have said otherwise. But potentially it sounds like it is something to be concerned about over long-term usage. I think the national dish of the nomadic people. Oh, the tripe meal? You know, Jobel has lost weight with those chemical-free foods. Yeah, you know, when I travel, I eat good, I eat healthy, I eat clean. And because I have to carry around that big-ass 400mm lens with the big-ass Nikon Z9 and all my other lenses, I actually gain muscle and lose weight every time I travel. It's the best. And then when I'm home, that's when I unfortunately fall into bad habits. But we're back into the gym. I went to the gym today for the first time after getting sick. So we're back into the grind. I have to. Otherwise I have to shave my head in a month. So it says what will happen is the oil for the blades will freeze. And if it completely freezes over, some condensation can hit the, oh my God, it can hit the electrical elements and cause corrosion as it defrosts. Dang, I never thought of that. It's kind of like the concern I had when I went to Uganda recently for the Nikon ZR project, and I shot that short film. The first day of the trip, as I was trying to you know, offload the footage and test out, see how it looks, the first day of that trip, I knocked over a ginger ale soda onto my laptop's keyboard. And so then I immediately obviously shut it down. I flipped it upside down. But then as I was doing research, it was like, yo, this thing's fried. Because especially with the sticky, sugary substance, even if, like, you know, with water, maybe you can hope that it fully evaporates. But even then you gotta be concerned. But with the sugary substance, the fear is that it's going to stick to the underside or some internal side of the keyboard. And then once you power your laptop on and overuse, as it heats up, it's going to start liquefying or melting the thing again, and boom, you run into an issue. So I never thought of that with water or like in the frozen environments, that something inside the lens would condensate, if that's a word. Dang. Well, all I know is the lens did survive in -40, so there is that. Do you practice any wrestling? Asked King. Not anymore. I'm done with my wrestling days. Those were good days. Those were hard days. It was the best of times. It was the worst. But yeah, the wrestling days are way behind me, except for the injuries. All that remains is my battered body from wrestling. That's it. You can buy a hoodie for the lens, though. I do have like the soft hoodie. I just didn't apply it in that moment. So it sounds like I should have. It's like that nice, soft, cushiony hoodie for the 400. It's really nice. I call them lens hoodies. Got it. Yeah, like that. It's like it covers the entirety of it. Much less of an issue on old manual lenses, just add new oil. Will you be competing in the Mongolian wrestling competition? I would love to. I want to travel. They have the Eagle Festival. Excuse me. They do have the Eagle Festival every year. And I think that's one of the trips I want to organize and bring people with me. But I kind of narrowed my scope to focus on Uganda for now. But I do want to start broadening it out again and invite people to join me to Japan, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Mongolia, maybe Sri Lanka, Vietnam. So yeah, I'm trying to Colombia. I'm trying to expand it out again. I always leave modern lenses to dry in a bag with a piece of white bread or something if I had them freeze on me. Ah. They sell the extreme weather ones. Okay, I need to buy that then. Ibel was attending the Kumite in Hong Kong at that time, so he had to decline. No. I do want to do that wrestling thing though. Okay, so this is what we got to work on. Like I said, there's a bit of color grading stuff that I need to do. Actually, let's go ahead and do that. So we have the trailer that's already kind of set in stone. So maybe if we look at this first clip here, I think let's load in a new version. So it's clean. And then I can apply my power grade, but it's a bit useless because this is already, you know, it's already converted and everything. So I don't know what's the best way to do this. Maybe, yeah, how do I see what this format is in? Oh wait, actually this one's a raw footage. Okay, so we can work with this one. This one actually is a raw power grade. Or sorry, it's a raw clip. And it looks like I didn't save a power grade of the Nikon one. What is the Nikon one? Let me just double check. Rec 2020 and Nikon N-Log. Okay. Rec 2020 and Nikon. Where's the N-Log? There you are. Okay, so actually, Negative, this is your time to let me know how much I'm doing things wrong, and I appreciate all critiques and all that. But this one also, I don't know how much we can do with it because the shot itself is it's like I'm shooting directly into the sky, so it's not like the most colorful of shots. Let me hide some of these guys. Maybe I can help now, you said? Yeah. The Bullshido competition. Possibly, especially if we were to believe Frank Duck's details about the fighting roaster. What are we talking about? Okay, let me go to this clip. Let's bring it up. So let me break down what I've learned so far. Negative says the ads hit you. Okay, no worries, no worries, no worries. We'll leave it on this frame here. And can I zoom in a little bit more? There we go. Also, I need to blow my nose again. All right, we're back. We're back. Testing, testing, and then let me make sure everything else is working. Yes. Cool. The fictional Kumite from the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie Bloodsport. Gotcha. Before my time, man. Jean-Claude, I know of that guy, I think. Scandarian, sorry, I missed your message. I don't know when you sent it. You said, hey bro, just watch your video on the ZR for the first time. It's an amazing video. Well done. What gear do you usually use? Thank you very much. I noticed you're on the vertical stream. Thank you for enjoying the vertical stream. I'm doing 2 streams right now on YouTube, the vertical and landscape. I'm testing out the vertical. So I apologize because the vertical stream is not hooked up, so I didn't see your message. You asked, do I prefer the ZR or the Z9? I'll type it in you. Thank you. The ZR is my favorite right now because my focus has shifted more to learning filmmaking. But thank you very much, Scandarian. Scandarian, what a name. For letting me know. King says, Kumite. Kumite. It's called that. What did I say? Kumite? 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 Okay. Well, my bad. The Kumite. I guess Kumite does sound much better. King saying Yobel won't even have to use you. Jobel won't even have to use the chi attack to take down 200 competitors. He will just use crane and snake stare and knock them down. Nice. No, I want the shoebill stare. The writer of the movie claimed it was based on his life, but he has been debunked over and over again. He's kind of like Steven Seagal. Dang. We're just hating on Steven Seagal 2 days in a row. I like it. They legit have a theme song for the Kumite. Nah, man, you don't want Chong Li. I've heard of Chong Li from that one female rapper where they say something about Chong Li, right? Kavai says, Yoel, could you or a mod allow for creating threads in the Discord? Wanted to link all the Norway tour things, but it's kind of a lot to share my thoughts for a successful tour. I don't have any mods. I'm not big enough for that. But if you can DM it to me, that's probably the best way to do it. But yeah, you can throw it anywhere, I guess. But yeah, feel free to DM it to me if it's easier. Thank you for that. Negative View Photo says, yeah, Frank Dux is a grandmaster in Bullshido. Man, you guys are speaking some other language. I thought you guys made up this thing called Bullshido. I thought that was just like a way of saying the martial art is BS. You're saying like there's a proper martial art in the movies called Bullshido? No, Chong Li was the bad guy played by Bolo Yang. You guys are just making up words and throwing it in my face right now, I swear. You guys take me for a fool? You guys is making me believe all these lies about Chong Li's and Bolo Yangs and Bullshido and Kumite. Okay, well, so we were going to do a bit of color grading, yeah? So this is kind of the breakdown that we settled on. I say we because I did talk about this a lot on the streams as I kind of put together my structure. So this is my full structure of how I color grade. It's a lot. I use a lot of nodes, but if I break it down, hopefully it makes a bit more sense. One, we've got our color space transform in, or whatever you call it, but we've got our inputs where we take the raw footage's color space and gamma, convert it into DaVinci Wide Gamut / intermediate. Then I have two nodes dedicated to color correction. So one is called color correction white balance, and the other one is color correction primaries. And from watching some videos, it sounds like most people combine a bunch of these things into what they call primaries. Initially, I just had I had one for curves, I had one for contrast, I had one for blah, blah, blah. But it sounds like it's just have one node for simplicity. So the color correction white balance I would use in the beginning to just kind of do my best to correct the original shot to look more natural. And then I would use, in terms of the colors, and then I would use the second node here, the primaries, to adjust the curves and the contrast and the lighting to make it also be more neutral, I guess. Then I have this grayed out node called 18% gray, because there was some kind of DCTL that I downloaded where it's supposed to tell me where that 18%, what I already forgot the language, but it's supposed to tell me what is like the neutral gray tone, and then I would use that to determine if I'm underexposed or overexposed. But it's been so long, I haven't really thought it through in a while. But apparently that thing is there, so I can use this to kind of double check. But I've honestly forgotten how to use this, so I need to rewatch some videos. Negative says, Google Chong Li. He has like one line. It's, you are next. Okay, I believe you. Fed says, you know Bolo Young from Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee? No. See, I was a Bruce Lee fan, but not like a fan, because I would watch whatever I could, but I was too young to like actually get any of the VHS and watch it fully. So I'd end up only watching tidbits here and there. And also from all my American friends always calling me Bruce Lee. Kavai says Bullshido is a combination of the word bull and Bushido, the samurai code. While it may sound like a joke, it's anything but. It's a dangerous skill set used by manipulative individuals to trick others for personal gain. And you are next. Get out of here. Okay, so then these two nodes are for color correction, and then I basically created a duplicate of both of those. So I have color grading for white balance and color grading for primaries. So basically my thought process was I would use these two nodes to get the balance, like the neutral point of the shot, like whatever is like the most natural looking. And then these nodes would do the same controls for the white balance and the primaries, but this is when I want to be creative. So this was like when we get into the color grading mode of like, I'm going to break the rules, I'm going to make it more whatever I want it to be. And then there's one node for a DCTL that I downloaded. Someone in the chat had recommended to me. It's called Filmic Contrast. And so I have this separate node just for that contrast DCTL. And then here it gets a little crazy because I have these 4 nodes in this parallel structure, so they should not be dependent on each other, but basically each one is for color correction stuff, or not color correction, for like more color refinements, or like individual color, what's the word I'm looking for, more tailored color adjustments. So there's one for saturation, where if I want to adjust the saturation on any of the colors. There's one for desaturating any of the colors. There's one for density, and one for hue shift. And so I leave these ones as the native nodes, where I would most likely use the color slice tool in order to adjust those things. And then the second column is essentially the exact same thing, but using DCTLs. So one of them is a DCTL for saturation, desaturation, density, and hue shifts. So it looks complicated, but it's all basically serving the same function. Just a matter of if I want to use the native tool versus like a DCTL. What's up, BC? BC is in the chat. Wait, what did I miss here? You said, Negative said YouTube bullshito. I have so many words to look up. Okay, we'll do that actually. Hold on. Bullshito. Bolo Young was the 80s villain. I see. Hello, hello, BC. Hopefully you're having a good day. Thanks for being here. We're just having a good stream. I still got about a couple hours of streaming to do. It's crazy how these guys got away with scamming people into these crazy martial arts classes. Listen, as a person, my dad owned a martial arts studio. He was a wrestling and martial arts guy. I was also stunned how many people, back in the day, he would have so many people attend his classes. And I felt like people just joined because he was like the one Asian dude, right? I grew up in a state with not many Asians, I don't think. And he was very much a Mr. Miyagi character, so... not to downgrade, or, you know... My dad was good at what he did, but it was just always weird to me. It was fascinating. This is true. Bullshito, the art of making people think you're a legendary martial artist, spy, ninja, CIA, and so on and so forth to hand you money. He was built like a Hong Kong Arnold. Who, the villain guy? Long Bo? What was this guy's name? I've already lost. Bolo Young. Have I lost all my pixels, then regained half? Hex, yeah, okay. But yeah, these guys were challenging MMA fighters and getting nearly murdered. Yang Say is his birth name. Okay, so I was gonna say Googled, and then I saw the word bullshito, and I was trying to say YouTubed. And so I ended up saying I boobled. I YouTubed bullshito. Top 3 bullshito masters. Here we go. I'm going to be on mute so I don't get in trouble. 3 supernatural power. Wait, can I hear the audio?
Number 3, pressure point master. When this master touches your pressure, look at these top 3 masters with supernatural powers.
Wow.
Might retire now that these masters are joining. No one stands a chance against them. The last master.
Alright, I'm gonna get struck for that Kung Fu song. When this master touches... Isn't this what Steven Seagal did, though? Isn't this literally like the Steven Seagal thing? I swear that's the only clips I've seen of Steven Seagal. Is him, like, looking like an old, out-of-shape dude. And then people run up to him and he, like, just throws them. Like this. Yo, this takes me back. My dad did a bit of this. Because we would do like martial arts demonstrations, but he was like actually badass with it. Like, you know, he'd do all the weapons and stuff. Yo, that's great. Bullshito. Best of Russian bullshito. These are real classes. Booble it. Yeah, thanks. These guys are really in business. Learning from a Russian bullshito master. Oh, it's like the drunken style. Yo, this is great. How have I not stumbled upon this part of the shorts world? Whoa! Oh, I have seen those videos, yeah, where they make fun of, yeah. Bullshito alert. Wow, be like water. That's great. That's proper comedy. So one of these are real classes. So one of these guys fought a real MMA guy and got his nose and jaw broken in like 13 seconds. Jesus. You should technically be a fan of Hwang Jong Lee, Korean martial arts actor from the past. Should I be? I should. Bullshito is so funny. Segwell is a Bullshito master. Anyone looking in the way of the masters. Yeah. Wait, how have I not stumbled upon any of this? Oh, here he is, yeah. Steven Seagal. Sensei Seagal. Is that literally a channel just to make fun of him? No shot. Hold on.
Wrestling, boxing, Muay Thai,
Oh, no.
Jiu-Jitsu. But the 2025 Bullshito Awards are about which is the least effective martial art, and today's two
Oh, there he is.
by 100% pure Russians.
Wait, Steven Seagal is Russian. I didn't know that. Also, yeah. Like back in the day, when he was famous, was he like a lot fitter? Or was he always a bit like on the chubby side?
So, one is Vaseline Vasiliev.
Especially when the people do uppercut, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Many times.
The people do uppercut, right? Yeah.
So they've been on him many times, and he's still practicing this wizardry to this day.
Sometimes.
He says sometimes. Wow, he gave himself an out. Sometimes it works. Steven Seagal is a master of Aikido, which is not very helpful if you want to fight anyone who can fight. I think I learned Aikido when I was young. Although learn is probably the wrong word. I was just too young to actually know what I was doing. My dad would just force me to do a bunch of techniques and then do demonstrations. Seagal has level 100 cartwheels. Seagal basically married into martial arts. He married a Japanese girl and her father ran an Aikido dojo. Okay.
The other is Sensei Butter Biscuit, another native Russian.
Butter
Take
biscuit.
my word for it.
I'm Russian. I'm a Russian Mongol, and I'm Russian. I don't go.
Wait, is he not Russian then? Wait, what is happening? How delusional is he?
I will note that I was going to use Mikhail Ryabko, the OG Systema god, and also particularly portly like Steven Snack Lunch, but I thought it best to leave him be since he has passed on, and Vaseline is still active.
Wow. I'm interested. Tell me more.
So Vaseline will be representing Systema, and Sensei Salty Nuts will be spearheading Aikido in a head-to-head battle for who is the biggest Bushido bootlicker.
Okay, I don't think I can watch this whole thing, or I don't think my attention span will allow me to. I just want to see Steven Seagal, Bullshito. Wow. See, I learned how to be this guy on the ground. I had to do this all the time. For like the performance, like the demonstrations. You have to learn how to flip properly, hit the ground without, losing your breath or hurting yourself. Seagal is clearly Chinese. Oh, my bad. How racist of me not to know. Steven Seagal, I like how everyone spells his name differently. I've gotten someone's written seagull, like the bird. Oh, I guess someone said it right, and now we got seagull. He's a woman beater. Really? He beat his first wife, who was the daughter of one of... Jeez, what? He had a dojo in Japan and was told to leave. Wow, I didn't know any of this lore. Well, I'll do my research on this, yeah. We can't slander the name of Seagull, okay? Seagull is Russian, Italian, American, Japanese, and everything between the sun, depending on which interview you see of him. He's also CIA, police, a spy, special forces, a ninja, and a lot more. Damn. He is a narcissist and someone who tries to portray himself as a CIA plant and Russian collaborator. He is Italian. Nice. Italian American. I doubt an Italian from Italy would find him very Italian. I studied Aikido for 4 years. It is a very relaxing sport, not for direct contact. Yeah, I think I mentioned this before. I think all of the martial arts has a place. I think it's like yoga in the sense, like, not to call it like yoga, but it's like a form of meditation. It's, as a style, it's meant to kind of bring you closer with understanding your body, how it works, and yeah, being closer. Yeah, it's more about like meditation, finding some kind of inner peace while being one with your body, generally speaking. And then where it gets a little weird is when people try to sell it as like a self-defense thing, or they sell it as something that can make you more superpowered. And then that's where I think you enter into the world of delusion. And yeah, people build it up in their heads. And sometimes you have to remember, yeah, it's good for like, you know, getting in shape or being one with your body, but it doesn't automatically turn you into like a fighter. He's done some really scummy stuff. Also would routinely have women undress for no reason when interviewing for parts in his... Okay, well, dang. All right, well, let's keep watching. Wait, did we watch this already? Oh my god. Okay, one more.
You still fine? Yes, I do. You still dangerous?
The guys that I'm training in UFC, you know, some of them have gotten their championship belts, world championship belts, because they've attributed that to me and me teaching them. So I still know a thing or two.
Steven Seagal. You
Wow.
still fine?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, thank you guys for that wonderful break. I feel like I've learned so much that I can apply into my life now. My brain is now absorbing a bunch of Steven Seagal information. Thank you guys, I think. My opinion, of course, but he has enough criminal history with these things to lay it out. Dang, how's like... Okay, well, it's more just I'm out of the loop that I guess I wasn't paying attention to. He's such a nobody, even I don't know about him, okay? All right. He was more in shape for his earliest movies, not a top athlete or anything, but he was pretty fast with his hands. Okay. I guess I just didn't know anything about the dude. Or like, I don't even know what he looks like when he was famous. Steven C... Oh, wait, everyone spelled... Did anyone spell his name right? Hold on. How did you guys all spell his name? Steven... Okay, Fed, you did spell it right, I think. The spirit of Bullshido will now guide your hands. Okay. He was more in shape for his earliest movies, not a top athlete or anything, but he was pretty fast with his hands. I'd say for the first decade of making movies, he'd put in effort to make it look good. You're better off playing badminton. Look up his first movie, Above the Law. Okay. Above the Law. I can't believe I'm about to destroy my YouTube algorithm for this. Above the Law. Fight scene Above the Law. Okay. Okay, so that's him. Okay. This is his first movie. He was super skinny. I often spell it Steven Seagal. Yeah, that's how I do it. His first movie, Above the Law. His movies like Hard to Kill were the epitome of 80s cop. Okay, here's the thing though. They were pretty good if you like original Die Hard type flicks. Above the Law was his breakout movie. That scene was cool. How young or old is he in this? And I don't know if it's like, maybe this is like that generation where people just looked a lot older than they were. Because like either this dude is 25 years old, but he looks like he's 35 or 40, you know? I feel like it was either a generational thing or people just didn't take care of themselves the same way, or we know more about, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Guys, I hear what you're saying. Okay, who was okay, let me see here. Let me read some of this. Mindful said, I won't lie, his movies like Hard to Kill were the epitome of 80s cop beat up the bad guys movie. Mindful, you said they were pretty good if you like original Die Hard. That scene was cool, says Mindful. His early films are fine, says Fed. And Kavai's asking if this is skinny relative. Yeah, like in this day and age, that's skinny. He was 36 years old in that, or he looks 36. I don't know which one. One-man army movies with a mix of martial arts and gunfighting. He was in his mid-30s in Above the Law. Nobody knows how he gained a little extra him. Yeah, what the heck, man? He started out a bit late compared to many of those martial arts artists. Okay, here's what I gotta say. And we are spoiled now, right? We live in a modern era where like there's so many good action flicks. The martial arts have gotten like so much cooler in certain ways. Although I haven't seen anyone replicate the Jackie Chan style, the way that he does it. I'm watching this, I'm like, yo, this is terrible. This is like garbage. What did I just watch there? Wait, is this a thing? Wait, hold on. These movies are cheesy but fun, similar to early and that's another guy I guess I need to look into, or now I don't want to. Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. I don't agree about there being so many good action movies now. Yeah, but I feel like now there's better examples now, right? Obviously we got the Bruce Lee's, Jackie Chan's, and then that kicked off a bunch of other stuff. We have better camera techniques. There's like all these ways to make action shots look better, or like better martial arts stuff too. But this stuff is like, what the heck? Negative says his run is hilarious. Wait, is this like, I'm a bit speechless. That's seriously his run? Did no one ever call him out for that? Is that start to take off right there? Even from that moment, you're like, what is his, is this where it's intuitively, you should, as a human being, intuitively, you should know that that's a very inefficient way to run anyways. You're like gathering so much air and causing such drag, right? All this wind resistance by flailing your arms like that. How are you going to ever catch up to this guy when you're putting basically ankle weights on yourself? 1980s action are probably peak. Negative says the floppy arms. He starts like an old Buick. Okay. Dude, the way he started was like maybe the funniest thing I've seen. Or at least the most shocking. Because you're right, it was like this kind of warm up. Like he didn't just start getting into it. He had to like rev it up. Like you can see his hands were paddling a lot more in the beginning, as if it needs to, you know, warm it to a retake. The budget on this film is probably 1/100th of a modern action film. Fair enough. Even back then we used to joke about him running like a girl. I don't think that's a girl thing. No, I've seen... Is that a thing? I'm trying to remember growing up. I guess some people would be like, you run like a girl? No, I don't think I've ever heard that. It was always just like, you do something like a girl. But it was like anything. It'd be like, you do this like a girl. That would always be the joke, like amongst the boys, right? I didn't know there's a thing about how girls run. Or is there? Now I'm thinking like Scary Movie. Maybe it's something like that. He runs like no human ever has run before. So it'd be an insult to girls to compare what he just did to them. Kavai says Maya's live right now, by the way, talking about live streaming at zoos. Oh, nice. Yeah, the Maya thing was super awesome. Like I said, once I saw Maya go live in South Africa, and now iShowSpeed is going throughout all of Africa, right? Those are like the inspirations, and it was like proof points when they were out doing safari stuff. because that was the big thing that I've been trying to figure out, is how can I go live in a national park or somewhere without any connection besides hopefully like a Starlink that works properly. Mindful says he's like 6'4". He's my height, but I can run like a man. Wait, that's even worse. If he's 6'4" and he runs like that, that's a lot of air. That's a lot of drag or whatever, wind resistance that he's causing. Like with his size, 6'4", and his arms flailing like that, I'm surprised he doesn't actually, propel himself up into the sky. Every movie he does this. He runs exactly like a girl. Run like a girl is definitely a thing. Oh, okay, maybe I missed that. He runs like a very tall girl. This is hilarious. In his defense, even the dude in the front is running very awkwardly, but that's forgivable because this guy is panicking. He's been confronted by Steven freaking Seagal, all 6'4" of him. So, and he saw what this dude did with a machete and with just a few moves, right? So I can forgive him for running wacky because he's not in the right mind state to run properly. This dude over here, Mr. Seagal, he's like locked in, right? No part of his body there when he's running is moving. It's all stiff. It's just his legs and his... Steven Seagal running. I do wonder if he has very bad balance for some reason. Is that why he gained so much weight? Is that why he has such a belly? Is it like a medical condition? He was like, yo, I had such bad posture, and you can see in the way I ran. So I need to add some forward... I needed some forward belly weight to counterbalance my awkward stance. The criminal guy's gym class running, yeah. No bad life choices. Okay, Steven Seagal running like... Oh, that's a thing. Running like a girl compilation? What? Okay, so we saw that one. Oh, that is so embarrassing. No. Yeah, he has to like warm himself up. What'd you say? He revs himself up like an old Buick? This is so great. No, in slow motion too. Why? Why does he do that? Oh, by the way, this was my life. This right here, this is what I grew up with every Saturday. My dad would make me and my brother, we'd have to go either to this like mountain road, just like this, but taller and like asphalt. And we would have to do squat jumps and like these little bunny hops up the mountain, forwards and then backwards every Saturday. Or is at the park or at the high school bleachers, and we'd have to do these bunny hops. So, yeah, not fun, not easy. He said that's what happened in his later movies. He put it in his contract that he doesn't have to run. Why would he put that in the contract? Why not just say, I'll be better at running? Like, you have two choices. You either put a contract out to say, like, I will never run in my movies, or you do the same approach of saying, like, let me just improve my running, right? It's like Kamala Harris. I remember people used to make fun of her for her, like, the way she laughed, right? It's like this kind of cackling sound. But then, like, you know, after she became vice president, blah, 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 you never heard her do that again. Because she had the wherewithal to realize, like, ooh, that doesn't make me look good. It's a very awkward sound. So you just train yourself to not do the thing, right? I feel like it's like one thing if you have a stutter or some other like physical thing that's like hard to overcome, but your hands, you can control. And you can control whether you want to wax on, wax off while you're running, or if you want to, you know, do it properly. So they do sharp cuts where he magically catches up to the guy. He keeps doing some weird flinches and little Aikido moves with his arms when running, meaning he is 100%, 110% dedicated to his bullshido. Even when running, he has to keep it up. Fair enough. I didn't think about that. The running, the combat, the ambiguous ethnicity, it's a lot to handle. I like this guy now. I need to watch more of this Steven Seagal. Negative says, who the F is your dad? Hachi Machima? Hachi. Here you go again, Negative. Just spewing a bunch of random nonsense words at me as if I won't notice. Hachi Machima. That training is great. Later in life, you hike mountains with these. No, I've lost it all. I was more of a power person. Like, I had very fast twitch muscles, so I was very explosive. In wrestling, I could like, yeah, I was very powerful, but I didn't have good sustainability, so I would always have to fight hard to build up my endurance. I never played Tekken. Where are you from, man? Yeah, I didn't. When other kids got to play Tekken and watch Pokemon on their, you know, in the weekends, this is what I was doing. I was on this mountain doing this without any of the fanfare, without my own Rocky movie to kind of glorify it. It was just me, my brother, and my dad, and just doing these little bunny hops up and down the mountain. That was my life. Are you from the Shaolin Temple? No. Just boring ass place in the US. King says, please tell me you have seen the African best film ever, Captain Alex. I have not. Oh god, this running is killing me, man. Oh no. Have I seen the African best film ever, Captain Alex? What? Captain Alex? What? African best film, Captain Alex. Ugandan cinema, CGI at its finest. It's got 21 million views. It must be this, right? Alright, you know what? I'm just assuming that this video is going to be copyright struck. Let's just play this out. Oh no, Tekken, I was unnecessarily too good at the game. I never got to play Tekken. No. You know what? This, I didn't think it was possible because I love Uganda so much as a country or as a place that I've been to. I think I love Uganda even more after seeing that. That was cinema. This is pure cinema. Only 10 years ago too. Wow. Brilliant stuff, guys. Wow. I've learned so much. I've been enjoying parts of the world that I didn't know existed. What was that thing we learned yesterday? The meme where I say, I apologize. I didn't know your game. I think I need to apologize to Steven Seagal. I wasn't familiar with his game. Now I need more of that content. I'm not sure how you could get a copyright strike from doing movie reviews. People do it all the time. I don't know what it is, but like, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but usually, let's say if I end the stream, I will then get some notifications like, oh, you got some like copyright strike thing. Oh, sorry, maybe I'm not using the right terms. It's not like a copyright strike, but it's like some kind of copyright material was detected, and so either it will demonetize your entire stream, or I have to go to that section and mute the audio entirely or clip it out entirely from the stream. So it's just like extra efforts to clean up the thing. So it's kind of annoying. Do you know the way? I've heard of that. Do you know the way? I know the way. What is that from? And you don't have any audio coming through on your main channel, so it's not a big deal. So you might get a strike on TikTok or something like that. The TikTok side, I have to be very careful. Let's see. Did I get any strikes? as far as I can tell, I think the TikTok is still running okay. Hello, TikTok people, if you are there. I appreciate you guys being there. If I remember, I think there was something where I have to be on TikTok streaming for at least a week or something without any suspensions or stuff. And then I think it unlocks something else that I can make use of. So, 7 Cinema, 7 TTV ad pray key. I don't know what that is. When you say you can't learn video editing, Uganda says you absolutely can. There is no, I don't know what you're talking about, Negative, because I watched that clip just now. There's nothing I would say needs improvement. That was pure cinema. That's like, can cinema ever get any better? Like, it's only going to go down from there. And that was 10 years ago. So that movie will learn you everything you didn't know you needed to know about Ugandan Knuckles and the Way. When you have a chance, please watch the entire film. That was an actual proper film? Oh, okay. My bad. Kawai says, are we going back to the 2018 memes with Ugandan Knuckles? Wait, I kind of know that reference, but not really. That was a Sony Vegas masterclass. Okay. That was a good distraction is what it was. I feel like we've gone through so much. We've experienced so much together, guys. At this point, we're bonded like family. And the headmaster, the head family member, is none other than Steven Seagal. Okay, so I think I was explaining a little bit of the color grading, right? So, like I said, I have these nodes that are meant to do a bit more of the controlled edits on the saturation, desaturation, density, and hue shift. Then on the bottom layer, I have one node for like a window, power windows. So if I need to use like some kind of power window masking, I've got that one there. Then I have a node for LUTs. And so if I have any of my LUTs that I want to use that are meant to be used inside of DaVinci Wide Gamut, I would drag it into there. And then here, I kind of split this into 3, although I don't know if that's the best strategy, because I noticed there's some issues I was running into. But I basically have 3 nodes to break down Dehancer. So the first node is to do anything to do with like the color profiles and stuff like that. The second node for Dehancer is for like any of the textural changes. Like if I want to add film grain or halation and bloom, I just have it preset. So if I enable this, the grain, halation, and bloom will activate. So it's just a quicker access to getting some of the features. And then one is for vignette. So it just automatically turn on vignette. So it kind of works, but I noticed at one point it was causing issues where if I activated all of them, there was some kind of like double effect happening from this like input source thing. It's hard for me to explain. I need to replicate it again before I can talk through it. But for now, we got these 3 for the Dehancer. And then I've got this noise reduction node, which is usually disabled because it slows everything down. And for that, I have a certain setting. I've got it on spatial noise reduction at 10 on the threshold. And then I've got temporal noise reduction set to 5. So it's like a very, very light touch of noise reduction. Then it goes into this color space transform out. And in this template, I'm using a DRT, DCTL. So it's from something someone suggested, and I watched a video on it. But it's the JP_2499 DRT. So this acts as my color space transform out. And then from there, I've got a placeholder node for any LUTs I want to put in. That's in the Rec 709 space, as that's what I'm putting this into. So now it's in Rec 709. There is a node where I'll do a bit of sharpening on the footage. And then I think shout out to Fed. I think Fed, you were the one who told me to do this, but I looked at some video about how to do a bit of like sharpening only on the edge. So there's like some nodes about like the edge detection and then doing a partial sharpening and then partial softening on subjects. And then that's it. So that's my node tree that I'm using going forward. And then obviously we'll make changes over time and keep improving it. But yeah, that's what we got. So for example, on a shot like this is shot in NRAW. So I did the color space transform from the NRAW, NLOG into DaVinci Wide Gamut. What would be the first steps I do? So let's say if we go into this white balance, honestly, for a shot like this, I couldn't really say if I want to change yeah, I don't know if it needs much adjustment. It's hard for me to say. from a white balance, but yeah, maybe I will leave it as is. And then for the primaries, I feel like it needs a bit more contrast to the shot. So I might lower that. Now, here's where sometimes I feel a bit resistant to one thing I've learned. I think it was from Cullen Kelly, who mentioned like adding a little point. This is like the mid-gray point on the curve. And I oftentimes hate it because I feel like I'm being limited in how I like to do my color grading. Because like if it's up to me, I would just like straight up drop this and just drop it down, right? And make it like whatever I feel like. Because I just kind of go off of feels. I'm a vibes kind of guy with the editing. But based on what he had suggested, you should have this like mid-gray point on your curve. So then you kind of adjust around it, essentially, is my understanding. So yeah, I guess we can try that here. And then one thing I learned from Cullen Kelly as well is that I should use the HDR global color wheel, or like the global wheel, and then I would adjust the exposure here. And this does a better job at doing any like exposure adjustments, right? So if I need to drop it down a couple stops or whatever, this is the best way to do it, is I believe what he had said. He had good reasonings behind it. So if I need to brighten or darken the shot, I will go to this HDR global exposure scale. King says, when you have a chance, please watch the entire film. Oh, yeah. So it sounds like I'll put that on my list if I have time. King says, Yobel, the critique videos on ZR are unnecessarily whiny. Those same creators don't give that same energy to Sony cams. I wouldn't be able to tell you because I guess I haven't seen a lot of those videos. I'm really bad at watching these types of videos. But if that is true, I mean, that's unfortunate because I feel like Nikon is... I feel like it doesn't have a good reputation amongst like the videographers, or I don't know, like I know like on Instagram there's always these kind of butt of the joke is like Nikon is a potato, right? But every time I see that, it just makes me that much more invested in Nikon. I'm very much an underdog kind of guy. So Mindful says 3 full loads of laundry done, made homemade ramen. Oh, nice. For lunch. You did all the dishes. I need to get down to my office, focus on edit. You take care. Thank you very much, Mindful. I'm glad I was able to be entertainment while you had to do chores and, you know, be a human being. I'm glad I was a part of that. So thank you very much. Negative says, because the ZR is AB. Oh, because ZR is an actual cinema camera. I feel that way. I've never used a proper cinema camera before. So I'm very much in this trajectory where I've been going as a photographer, improving the upgrading my photography cameras, then going into hybrid mode and learning how to shoot video, but mostly for like Instagram Reels and short form content. Then I started getting into shooting this like NRAW and getting into DaVinci, so feeling a bit more serious about video editing. And now here we are with the ZR. That's been my trajectory. So I've never had the luxury or the pleasure of shooting with like these like Komodos or like the 12K, 6K stuff. So in some ways, that works to my benefit because I don't have a lot of biases built in or whatever. So I do get to look at it cleanly. But in other ways, it means that my review of it would be also tainted because I can't, like what's amazing to me could be very mediocre to someone in the industry, right? But yeah. Colin Kelly, is that Fed's English name? Nice. Colin Kelly, how do you spell his first name? Actually, I don't know. I think you spelled it right, yeah. Overall, I would get 1, and yeah, can you imagine if this whole time Fed, you are Cullen Kelly? So every time you mention Cullen Kelly, oh, you should check out this guy, Cullen Kelly. Fantastic. His advice, always the best. You should buy all of his, whatever he sells. Turns out this whole time, Fedorevsky was Cullen Kelly playing the long game. Nice. Negative says, overall, I would get 1, and I don't have, not one Nikon anything. Interesting. Okay. I would just slap a Siri Nightwalker 35 on it and just do the thing. Wait, what is a Siri Nightwalker? Siri Nightwalker 35. I can assume it's a 35mm lens, but where is it? Why is this site looks so spammy. Siri Nightwalker. Here we go. Uh-oh, my Siri just acted up. Sirui Nightwalker T1.2 S35 frame cine lens. Oh, it's kind of cheap. Or it's not like a bad price. Yo. Well, I'm about to buy the 35 1.2 from Nikon. So how does this compare? How does the Sirui Nightwalker T1.2 S35 lens compare with the Nikon 35mm f1.2 S lens? Although maybe it's not a good comparison because I think I just read, is this like an anamorphic one? King says, I've been using the ZR 98% of my projects. I totally forgot I'm using ZR. I'm just focused on the product. Nice, nice. That's a good, that's good to know. Kavai says, oh, by the way, a local photography magazine just contacted me to say they want to publish my photos. Yo, that's kind of crazy. Congrats on that. You'll have to share which photos get published. Fed says, I wish I was calling Kelly. I didn't have to pay $2,000 for Genesis. Yeah, that's super cool, man. Congrats to you. All right, here's what AI says. Also, I'm going to be speaking a bit quieter because I realize now it's almost 11 p.m. And I think my friend might be sleeping already. I'm not sure. Also, because I need to blow my nose. Oh, God, it's getting bad. Hold on. I really should switch to these cat cameras every time I need to blow my nose. Because look at this cutie. Look at Kimbap. Although I need to refocus the camera. Hold on. Look at Kimbap. What a good boy. Yeah. Alright, what about Nala? Let's go to the Nala cam. What a pretty girl. And I can reach her over here. Okay, enough love to them. Editing mode. Here we go. Thanks, I will when they do, says King, Kavai. King says, I didn't know you were running a bed and breakfast. Is that the ink homie staying over? Yeah, I feel like a bed and breakfast because for the past 2 months, I've had someone staying at my place nonstop. Because what was it, like first 2 weeks of December, or like the end of November and December, beginning December, I had one of my Russian tattoo artists crash with me, and that's the guy who did my hand tattoo. So shout out to him. And then my mom visited for I think about like 3 weeks or so. First time in Dubai, and so that was great. That's why I stopped streaming for a while, just to be a good son, I guess. And then literally as she left, now I've had another friend stay with me, and I think she's staying for like another week or two. I'm not sure. So it's kind of like a bed and breakfast. I don't mind. I like the company. I've been such a antisocial, staying at home nonstop kind of person. So it's good to finally speak to someone who's real and not just my cats or, speaking to you guys in a, on my monitor screen. So, not that anyone can compete with you guys, okay? You guys are number one. All right, what was it? Oh, yeah. The Siri Nightwalker. Hold on, let's read this. The Siri Nightwalker 35mm T1.2 S35 and the Nikon 35 are intended for fundamentally different purposes, focusing on cine-style filmmaking and high-end mirrorless photography, respectively. So the Series 35 is a dedicated cinema lens, manual focus, designed for Super 35 sensors, emphasizing a compact form factor. Okay, so that's one of the issues I'm assuming is, let's see. Would it work with a ZR? The 35 is a premium autofocus mirrorless. Aperture and light gathering, both are extremely fast. Siri has a T-stop of T1.2 in the night. Yeah, okay. Image circle and covers. Siri is designed specifically for the Super 35 APS-C sensors. Got it. Siri's manual focus only. Size and weight. Siri's noticeably smaller and lighter. Okay. Interesting. They represent two entirely different philosophies intended for different users and systems. Got it, got it. Okay. Okay, fine. I don't know enough. I've never shot with any like cine lenses, I guess. So I'm curious. Hopefully I can enter that world soon. We'll see. King says, Shorty is over. Next month is Korean New Year. Are you traveling? Oh yeah. Were you the one who told me that there's something called Korean New Year? Which I still don't really believe you. But okay. We can't all be Gerald Undone shooting Little League. I'm not traveling next month. Most likely I'm not traveling next month unless I can fit in some kind of like a pilot stuff for my live stream stuff. We can't all be Gerald Undone shooting Little League Soccer with Sony A1. Some of us have to shoot other things that might mean needing a ZR or a RED or something. Are you complaining about open gate? Just take one step back and you got autofocus, bro. You know, yeah, I'm not... I know some people are complaining about open gate not being on the ZR. But I guess that's one of the luxuries, or that's one of the things of me not ever having shot with these like cinema cameras or these anamorphic lenses. So I just never knew that existed. I just do my normal shoot, and then I just insert these black bars on the top and the bottom, and then voila, I make it work. But I am interested. I would love to try out these like anamorphic lenses at some point. Can you do IRL live streaming at this moment? In theory, no. I mean, like with my phone, yes, but I'm still missing a bunch of the pieces that would be needed to like do a live stream IRL. But I have almost everything ready to go. I'm just waiting for some final prices on some of the kit, and then I mentioned earlier, I think I want to try testing out. Maybe just doing like a Jeep, like just a road trip in Dubai. You know, just go out into the desert or something and just test to see if I can have stable connection throughout. But it's not the same as what I want to do, because like the places I'm going to, like I said, there's not going to be proper network connections. It's going to be remote. And another issue I'm running into in terms of trying to pilot in Dubai is that Starlink doesn't operate in Dubai right now, or in the UAE. So I don't think I can even purchase a unit and have it shipped to the UAE. So I need to, yeah, so that's a problem, right? So I can't just like start testing a Starlink unit out here. So unless things change soon, where it's like all of a sudden, oh, UAE's on the market, I need to either have a Starlink sent to whichever lodge that I partner with for this concept, or I need to rely on someone else who owns the Starlink. I don't know. There's a few things like that that I do need to kind of map out, so it's not properly set in stone yet. The one thing that explained everything about these creators is when one of them said the FX30 has the same image quality and footage as Alexa 35, and A9 Mark III is the same as a Red Raptor. So the FX30 has the same image quality as an Alexa 35, and A9 is the same as a Red Raptor. Okay. Well, like I said, unfortunately, I've never shot with any of those things, right? So I can't really give an opinion on it. But I'm guessing what you're saying is that basically they were just complaining, or they don't know what they're talking about, kind of thing. Because my assumption is that the Alexa 35 and the Red Raptor would be like on leagues higher. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyways, so what we were talking about here is we got this shot. So for my color grading, I reduced the exposure. And I believe Colin Kelly was saying these numbers are just like stops. So like -1 would be like one stop of light. So I'm at -0.8 that I've dropped the exposure. And then I don't know how much I want to change anything else here. But one thing I have been enjoying is playing around with the density. So I do like increasing the density across the shot. Let's see how the color slice density works. Is there like a global one? No. But one thing I was running into a problem with in my recent edits is that sometimes when I play with this like density or these DCTLs, I run into having these like little pixels that pop. I don't know how to describe it. You'll just see like these little white pixels will like show up, and I'm assuming it's because I'm doing way too much color adjustment stuff, and so then I have to like backtrack until the pixel disappears. But I don't know what causes it or anything. The one thing, oh sorry, Hovels. What is Hovels? Is that my name? Oh yeah, autocorrect. Yobels, an Alexa 35 memory card. Oh, you're saying my, okay. An Alexa 35 memory card is about the price of an FX30? What the freak? Wait, what? How powerful is this Alexa 35? Alexa 35. Cost. Okay, so the Alexa 35, oh my God. I was about to say, oh my Christ, but I feel like this is... I have to speak to a god even crazier than that. $65,000 for the Ari Alexa 35 lightweight set. This is insane. Like, okay, so this is what is this like what Hollywood uses then? I feel like if I purchase this and then I rent it out, I'm assuming that's what people do, but like, how much would you rent this for? How much does it cost to rent? Here, let's see. How much does it cost to rent an Alexa 35? Renting cost around $2,000 to $2,500. Okay, so you could technically make your money back fairly... Well, I guess it depends how many... That's some crazy. That's crazy. I think most of them actually know making such claims are absurd, but they still make those claims anyways. It's okay to take pride in the brand you use, but come on, these claims are wild and they say it with a straight face. If you try to claim an Alexa 35 has better image quality and better files than an FX30 or FX3, they will mention that one movie Gareth Edwards did using the FX3. Okay, so there are always exceptions to the rule, is my understanding, but... Alexa 35 memory card. Like, what does this memory card look like to begin with? Oh. Wait, is this it? Wait, this is just the reader. Or no, this is storage or something? I don't know. Point is, you guys will constantly remind me that there are levels to this, and I'm still at the level of hell. That's how deep down we are. We have a lot to climb up to kind of become a proper filmmaker, cinema person, right? Which is good. I like having goals. But like I said, this is what we started with. We started with a Sony a6000, went to a Nikon D810, then I went to a Nikon D850, a Nikon Z6, Nikon Z9, Z6 III, and now the ZR. That's been my journey as a camera person. And in my world, getting that, the most expensive purchase I ever made was the 400mm f2.8 lens, and that was hefty. That was like I think $17,000 at the time or something, and that was a pretty penny for sure. That one was like, wow, okay, I'm being serious about it now. So to see that there's a camera that costs $65,000, well, the creator is not great of film. I mean, if they were at least talking about the Sony Venice or something, it would at least fit them taking pride in the brand a bit. No one talks about the Venice 2 ever. Okay. All right, what else would I do with this shot in particular? I don't know if I really want to change anything, because it's a very cool tone, but the cool tone is what I'm going for here, because obviously we're in very frigid conditions. But when I'm at a standstill with the colors, that's where I'll pop in Dehancer and see what we come up with. So in Dehancer, I have it defaulted to the Kodak Aero Color 4125. I tend to, that one and the Fuji Color 100, these two are the ones that I seem to always pause when I'm going through all of these. So I might stick with it, but let's just do a quick little, let's just go through them all, see what we like. This one looks okay, more natural. And maybe I want like a vintage feel to the shot. This one's, oh yeah, see here, I paused again. The Fuji Color 100's nice. This one's nice as well. Got like a cooler teal tint to it. Slightly more vintage brown. That one has a bit more contrast, which I don't mind. It's pretty bad in the image. It's full of artifacts they had to hide with grain added. The creator, I mean, says Fed. The ZR with R3D NE is crazy if you think about it. Just a decade ago, you had to spend $35,000 on the low end to play with R3D. That's... Well, yeah, so you guys are really telling... Because I didn't really know how much of an impact the price point was. But it's making sense to me now why it's like such a big deal to have like that R3D at $2,200 or whatever it's at now. Kodak Pro Image 100. I'm not really sure what kind of look I'm going for here. I think I don't mind some of the strong contrast, but I feel like I want something that feels a bit more like a vintagey. Like, I think I want the eagle to still look a bit brown. Can't get past the plastic skin look. Getting skin correct is super important to my use case. A common complaint I see now is they admit the image is stellar, but now they are into mentioning how the Gemini, etc., is cleaner than the ZR, which of course it is. It's a larger body with a fan. Oops. Oh shoot, what did I just do? Oh, I just went to the wrong. I mean, yeah. It's like, it's always easy to nitpick and like compare. But I think this is why I love my world, where I'm just doing my thing, and it's just more like, you know, does it work for my needs? For me, the ZR ended up being fantastic. I was able to create something that I was proud of, and the quality was absolutely allowing me to punch above my weight, right? At the end of the day, this $2,200 camera allowed me to make something I was proud of, and convinced a number of people that like, that there was like a whole team a crew that made the film or something like that. It's like, no, it was just all handheld, nothing special. I think that's a testament to that ZR. It was like, it literally let me do my style of shooting and make it feel more pro. This might be slightly too cool. I don't know. Let's see. This one has a bit more color to it, which I don't mind. Okay, let's stick with this one. There's a bit more contrast to it. Okay. So then let's move to the next thing. One thing I really like with Dehancer is I've been enjoying playing with the tonal range. So there's a section called film compression, and then I oftentimes will increase the tonal range all the way, and then I'll play with the white point and the impact level to like kind of bring it back a bit. But yeah, so I don't know if the tonal range works for this shot as much. I feel like I blew up the fur here. Oh yeah, let's switch over to the, whoops, waveform. Kudos to you, says King. I take pride in my color grading, not professional, but I've never made a no tree like you. I mean, it was just fun. It was more like an experimentation. Also, like, I am trying my best to try to do things the proper way as much as possible, because it's like a nice learning thing, especially if I'm doing this every day, if I'm doing it on a live stream. It's always good to try to improve. But yeah, thank you very much. Fred says, in a small body, easy to carry anywhere out in the field, it's super handy. Yeah. Gemini was a $40,000 plus camera to get it running, and it's a massive unit in comparison. It better be good. They just keep moving the goalposts with the whining. It's $2,000 camera, and I can take pictures. And it's got autofocus, right? I didn't know that a lot of the cinema cameras don't do autofocusing, which to me is like, listen, I get it. But I love me autofocus, at least for my needs. All right, let's choose the print profile. I think I'm leaning towards the Kodak 2383 look. And then I know a lot of people love this 35mm grain. Sometimes I feel like it's way too noisy. I don't know. But then the 65 is slightly too sharp. So I'm kind of struggling between them. All right, we'll go with the 65mm ISO 500 for the grain. Negative says no cinema camera has autofocus, like none. Yeah, and I can understand why, I guess. I think, maybe. Is it just because the autofocus is never good enough compared to the manual? Because like the way I think of it, it seems like, and by the way, I'm about to say, I'm going to speak out of my ass right now, so clearly I don't know what I'm talking about. Sometimes I feel like you have these cinema cameras that have no autofocus, but then you end up stacking a bunch of other tech stuff to it so that you can basically get it to focus properly. And in some ways, in my mind, I almost feel like, is that not just autofocus with extra steps? But obviously I'm being very crude with it. But also, as the technology gets better, if autofocus is getting much more reliable, then why not rely on it? You have focus pullers to do that job. Yeah, that's one thing I kept hearing is like you have someone manually do this thing. But isn't that like, I don't know. It's not to knock the job, but it does feel like a job that's going to be replaced. It feels like you do a job knowing that it's like a filler job. In my mindset, that way I think of it. And I'm saying this as someone who's like, I would gladly take on the role of doing that. What do they call it? The gaffers or the focus pullers? Because I think there's a good lesson in like learning all of this. But a part of me would always feel like it's a bit of like it's more of a ritualistic thing. Like you have to start somewhere, you know. But like I don't know. This again, like I said, I don't know what I'm talking about. But King says I tried to vlog with a Monstro with an Otis lens and 150 watt battery. I was able to get a good half of a second. Dang. Negative says autofocus would be too much of a hassle. So if the scene causes for someone to slowly come into focus or a focus shifts slowly to say another subject, autofocus isn't doing that. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just like trying to think through some situations where it's like, because like now with your cameras, right, you get like a touch screen, so you're able to just like, you know, let's say if your subject's in the background, and then if you touch the subject in the foreground, and if in the settings you had set it so it's like make the focus be a lot slower, like let's say -3 speed, and then it gives you that nice clean adjustment, focus adjustment, you know, or the focus pull, whatever. I feel like the tech is kind of getting there, no? But obviously that's like a very, very I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Having the manual focus. I shoot manual a lot as I've been filming. You know, I'll just twist the ring myself, right? But then other times I just love having the option to very quickly hop into autofocus. Like the whole shot that I have of the chimpanzees in the beginning, right? So the shots that I start my my short documentary with, and then also just like, where do I have it? Caregiving? No. Mother and baby chimp. Yeah. So this whole shot here, whoops. Uh-oh, it's too heavy. But this whole footage here of the chimpanzee, right? I think I need to turn off some things. It's what do I have going here that's slowing it down? Point is, so this shot here, I mean, the only reason I was able to get this shot was because I was able to autofocus, right? Because I needed to constantly walk backwards while I had the camera. There's no chance I would have been able to get this if not for that. So then it's like, okay, if you're a filmmaker and you're using like one of these cinema cameras, how would you have filmed this if it didn't have autofocus? Like, I just don't have an idea. King says, that's right, are you happy with the film? I would have set the scene as the older lady singing. I would have her not in focus. I would have a close-up, and as we pull back, we drag smooth focus. Yeah, and I think, I like what you're saying there, Negative. I think that is what I'm trying to get better at, is doing these like nice focus pulls, like start off with the subject blurry, and then move into that shot. But at that time, I didn't know what I still don't know what I'm doing, but like I didn't even know of that concept, I don't think. I was just kind of running with it. And then for the women singing, like I think I was just spending time trying to adjust myself to begin with. But yeah, so like if you look at this shot here, how would you have gotten something like this if not for autofocus? Because I'm imagining I'm handheld if I did manual focus, I would have, man, I would have had to shoot like in a aperture like 6 or something. I don't know. I don't know. Fed says, I have used the autofocus lately with the ZR shooting handheld. I never thought I would do that. I set it so it looks pretty organic, slowly pulling focus. You can see it in my videos lately. Yeah, Fed, I think we saw from the films that we've watched of yours already. Yeah, I think I even asked you, right? I was like, oh, is this autofocus or something? Depends on what you're shooting, what lenses I use. Negative says, I sent my rig over in Discord to your DM. Now here, autofocus would be awesome. We hit it in 5.6. Okay, so you would shoot at 5.6. What did I shoot this at? I think I shot this, so I shot this with the 35 1.2, and I believe I filmed this at f2.8. Yeah, I shot this at f2.8. And the focus, even with me like walking backwards and stuff, it did a really good job just locking on the whole time. So, but you would have used 5.6. King says, I film for visual effects mostly, so I go for clean. I want to try other things. Gotcha. King's asking what lenses on the apes. They are really popping. Oh yeah, sorry. I think I just responded to it. Yeah, so this is all with the 35. I think all of this. Hold on. Yeah, so this was 35 1.2. And like I said, shot at 2.8 aperture. I sometimes do that anyways, just picking some clean lenses. Negative says the puller normally has a monitor on the unit, so they will be able to see me moving. Oh, so yeah, exactly. So you would need a second person. But wait, are you able to digitally... Are you saying you can digitally do the manual focus adjustments? All the films you have shown clips from were shot with autofocus. I spent a lot of time getting the settings right. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I think it looks fantastic, so... King says, I forgot about Discord. We need to share our film rigs. Yeah, guys, I would love for this to be a vibrant community. You guys feel free to share your work, give each other advice and stuff. All of it, man. I think that's super cool. But yeah, this is amazing. Thank you very much, Negative. It was, like I said, this was only possible because I got to film with that ZR. And yeah, autofocus is the only world I've grown up with. So it's like I never had that. Yeah, so it's just like, for me, it's like I have no other choice. Obviously, I would do an autofocus here, walk backwards, and hopefully the shot is stable enough. But yeah, I am trying to get better at doing like a manual focus pull at times. But yeah, this turned out well. These are definitely some of my favorite shots I've captured. It was we spent the past like 2 months, I think 3 months, just going over a lot of these footage from this island. So, and like I still have plenty more I need to edit. There are some film festivals I want to enter. I totally forgot I need to do some research on. Where I think I need to increase the duration of my existing short film to 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, let's look into that real quick. Was it Comic Con 2026 short film contest? Someone recently was telling me there's this like short film competition. Oh yeah, this is it. The theme is dreams. Deadline is the 6th of Feb. Let's see. Fed says, it looks very similar to my other films where I pull focus manually. Of course, for certain shots, if I want to start focused on something up close and pulling to see other things, I would do it manually. Yeah. Okay, let's read about this, because this is like, I don't know if because the deadline's coming up. Yo, can I make a Ugandan cinema part 2 and submit this into the film competition? If I can replicate the magic of this Ugandan cinema, Captain Alex, they would have no choice but to give me the award. Okay, so this vibrant platform will empower young filmmakers and celebrate compelling stories that reflect the rich, diverse cultural tapestry of the Middle East. Oh, dang it. Well, I'm out of the running then, because obviously the film I have is from Uganda. Let me see. Whether you're a first-time director, aspiring filmmaker, or simply a lover of cinema. Okay. Film duration, minimum 6 minutes, maximum 8. Okay, my video is currently 6 minutes, so I could extend it by a minute. Film should align with the given theme of dreams. It should be in English or Arabic. Films must include English subtitles. I already did that. Exclude AI usage. No problems there. Exclude commercial content. Okay, so I'll just cut out the ZR related stuff. Exclusive to UAE-based filmmakers. Okay. Well, this is cool. You know what? I need to be better at... Now that I have this mindset of like being a quote-unquote filmmaker, I think I need to keep an eye at like all these competitions and when they happen throughout the year so that I can either start working on my own kind of work to, yeah, try to win some of these things, you know? But this one's probably a little too late for me because... It's basically like 3 weeks from now, less than, and I have so much other things I have to catch up on. But okay, point is, I would like to be like a proper filmmaker. My cats are going crazy. I think I need to feed them. Focusing manually is an art and a science. Yeah, and I mean, mad respect to the people who are like the focus pullers and stuff. I see the importance of it, but I'm just curious, like, will autofocus get to a point where it's like, that's the main thing, you know? Even for people who do a lot of autofocus, I think they should take the time to learn it. Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm learning how tough it is. On my past shoots, when I try to manually adjust the ring, I'm always overshooting or undershooting the focus, right? So, having a good 35 and 50 is very important. Even if you mostly shoot using a focus puller who does it for you, it's a good idea to learn it anyways. Yeah. King says Jobel is the epitome of UAE cinematographer. Yeah. Well, I think I'll take that as a compliment. Okay, so then where were we? YouTube projects, Mongolia. Oh, wait. I do have like a really good... Okay, I shouldn't say that because it could be a really bad idea. But I did come up with a short film concept which could work for that competition. But I don't know if I have enough time to film it. I need to come up with a script for it. You know, it's a lot of work. But I was meeting with a bunch of filmmakers, and then like the concept of like the jinn came up, like the genie in Arabic culture, or is it a Muslim thing? I don't know, but the jinn, D-J-I-N-N. And so, because I guess there's a trend going on where people are doing like some kind of jinn thing. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. How do you spell it? Jinn trend. Okay, apparently I'm not in the loop. I have no idea about it. But jinn is like is it the Arabic thing? A jinn or genie is a supernatural being in Islamic and pre-Islamic Arabian mythology. Created from smokeless fire, possessing free will and existing alongside humans, but unseen, with abilities like shapeshifting, invisibility, and influence over humans, capable of being good or evil. While often depicted as wish-granting in Western tales, traditional Islamic lore portrays them with complex morality, interacting with humans and accountable for their deeds akin to spirits or demons. Yeah, okay, anyways, I was about to go on a tangent here, but anyways, I have a concept with like jinn in mind where I like thought it through. They are in Islamic belief now. I think they maybe are older than Islam. Gotcha. But yeah, I had this okay, I might as well get into it. Why not? You know, it's fun. So the concept that I had, which is very silly, and is, you know, it started as like a cheesy idea, but then I was like, oh, I could see this being like a nice film if it was done in the sense, in the style of Quentin Tarantino, where you have to have really strong dialogue between two characters. The concept would be the title would be Gin and Tonic, okay? Because it'd be a play on the word gin, and obviously gin and tonic. So then the entire short film would take place inside of a bar, and it's literally just the interaction between a bartender and a customer. And of course, one of them is a jinn, or like the genie, in disguise. You don't know, but very mysterious character. And I think I was playing around with a few different versions of this, like whether the bartender is the genie or the customer is the genie. I think the one that made the most sense is that the bartender is the genie and the client or the customer that comes in is the subject, right? But basically, it would just be like a nice, it'd be shot very, you know, moody, dark kind of scene. But then the customer who comes in, you know, asks for a drink, and then maybe like somehow the light glints off of this one dusty looking, you know, bottle of gin, right? Got it. And then he ends up asking for that one. So then the bartender takes it, does a little wipe off the bottle, which then replicates like when you rub the magical lamp, right? So then he's rubbing the bottle to clear the dust. But it turns out that bottle is the thing that activates this genie mode. But it's really just the bartender. And then it just becomes a conversation between this customer and the bartender. And the bartender is then asking questions to the customer. And then the bartender would pour 3 shots of this mysterious gin into the thing. And I guess I forgot about the tonic part. So maybe it has to be 3 gin and tonics, but then that doesn't look as iconic as pouring 3 glass shots of, I don't know. I haven't thought it through properly. But the point is, imagine 3 drinks or 3 shots of gin. And with each shot, the bartender is like asking a question to the customer. And I want to do a spin, or I want to do a play, what do you call it? A twist on the concept of like 3 wishes that you would get from the genie. So instead of 3 wishes, it would be like 3 releases from moments of regret that you had in your life. So basically, the genie would ask a question about like some part of the customer's past. And what the genie is granting is like that release of shame or regret, or like these feelings that he's been holding onto that's been negative, right? So in some ways it is like granting a wish, because you're helping someone release from like trauma or negative emotions or something that it's been like weighing on them their whole life, some level of shame that they've had, or some guilt that they've held onto. So that's like the equivalent of 3 wishes. But in this case, it would be 3, it's like 3 essentially wishes, but you know, in different words. So then the storyline would just constantly go deeper into like, it has to be a proper dialogue, right? It has to be good chemistry. But each time he takes the shot, he opens up a bit more to the genie or the bartender. And each time at the end of each of his like stories, like trips down memory lane of something he's held on to, he has like a moment of release when, you know, it feels good to get off his chest, and he's like able to let it go. And then by the 3rd story, that's like the most shameful, that's the most guilt-ridden thing that he's been holding on to his whole life, of something he did that's like, you know, whatever, terrible. And so yeah, anyways, that's the whole point. It'd be a whole storyline, but it's like meant to be, there's like very little action. It's just like 2 people speaking together, speaking with each other, which is like really hard to make look good, right? You need to have like a proper good dialogue. So that's where it's like, oh, if you had like a Quentin Tarantino level person to come up with a good script, now we're talking. But yeah, I thought it'd be a good idea. And then by the end of it, so after the 3rd shot, or like the 3rd shot of gin, and like when he lets it go, whatever the emotions were, then it's like somehow he becomes the next genie. So I don't know, there's a whole thing I was thinking about, and like he becomes the new bartender, and then the short film would end as like you hear the door opening again as the next person's about to enter, and then you're curious, but it ends, right? Anyways, that that was a thought that I had of like an interesting short film concept. But I say that with like without ever making one in that sense, without knowing how to make a good script. But I did give it a good thought in terms of like visually in my mind, I see it. I can see it. It looks great. It's very moody. You know, you're like in a bar scene and just everything's dark and like, you know, and you got this mysterious bartender that maybe you never even see his face type thing. So it's like very mysterious, right? And then they have just proper dialogue and proper emotions as he brings up troubles in his past. So there you go. Now let's turn it into a short film, but you know, but that would be so much fun if I could actually make it into a short film. Fedi said, in Islam, they're more like the demons in the Bible. It's a bit reminiscent of Hellraiser. I don't know what Hellraiser is. And the Box of Lamentations. Yeah, I wanted to do like a modern twist on the genie. So that's what I was saying. Like, you know, the genie doesn't look like some ghost or some whatever. It looks like a bartender. It looks like a human being, but very mysterious still. And like supernaturally speaking, I guess. And then I didn't want it to be like granting wishes, because that's the typical thing. I want it to be like granting a release of your regrets in life, you know, or guilt. So it is a positive genie, but it's not giving you something in the way you think of it. It's like giving by releasing type thing. I don't know. Hellraiser and the Box of Lamentation. The Lament configuration is the iconic mystical puzzle box from the Hellraiser franchise. To summon some Cenobites, extra-dimensional beings who offer extreme sensation in exchange for human souls, acting as a portal between dimensions. Interesting. It's a key that opens a gateway to the Cenobites dimension. The only way, okay, so the only way to escape is to pass the puzzle. Interesting. Ooh, I like it. The puzzle box in Hellraiser, if you manage to open it, may bring you heightened pain or pleasure. Okay. But yeah, I thought the naming would be cool because it's called the Gin and Tonic. It's a little bit cheesy. It's like on the nose, right? But that was why I even thought about this idea. I was like, oh, can we do a modern spin? You know, and it's a story that takes place in a bar. And it's just a conversation, and it all revolves around this gin drink. Oh, wait, tonic. I guess it could just be 3 shots of gin, because isn't like okay? When you think of the word tonic, isn't that just like a remedy? Let me think. A tonic is something that invigorates, restores, or strengthens, often a medicine or health-promoting substance. Yeah, so I'm thinking of it as like a remedy. A restorative agent. There you go. So I don't need the customer to order a gin and tonic, which is like a little too like, I don't know. I feel like it would look more cinematic to see the dude pouring 3 shot glasses of this mysterious bottle of gin, as opposed to seeing the dude crack open a tonic, water and ice and all that kind of stuff 3 times, because that was the whole point. But yeah, and then basically his 3 wishes comes in the form of 3 shots of gin. And each time, and because then it's like it takes away, it makes it a bit more ambiguous, because it's like each shot he's getting drunk, and it's a mysterious bottle, very dusty. So your assumption could be that each of these shots are like drinking absinthe. It's like super, super powerful stuff. So maybe that's why he's opening up more and more. Maybe that's why things are feeling a bit more supernatural as he drinks more, because he's just drunk. And so it gets to be a bit more ambiguous of like, oh, is this truly supernatural, or is this truly just in his head? We don't know, that kind of thing. But gin is very Scandinavian. Is it really? I thought it was like we said maybe there's like different forms of gin. They make gin now seemingly in every little town and place. And that would be the fun thing, right? Because it's like you would film in a location that feels very much like out of the way. That was my initial thought, was that the bartender is not the jinn. The customer, there'd be a mysterious customer that just magically appears at the end of the bar, whatever. So imagine like there's this bartender, he lives in this like janky, unknown, remote town, and nobody's at this bar, and it's closing time. And then out of nowhere, after he like sees this mysterious bottle of gin, and when he rubs it or wipes the dust off, all of a sudden you hear a voice, and it's a customer that's at the end of the bar table, whatever you call that thing, the bar counter. So it's like a bit of like, wait, where did you come from? But it's like he just mysteriously showed up there. Was he always there and I just didn't notice? And then that customer is the actual gin. But then I couldn't figure out how to get the bartender to drink the shots of gin. Although it could be that each time the customer takes a shot of that gin, then it turns into storytelling mode where the bartender shares a story. But each one kind of has its pros and cons, and I couldn't get it to figure. I don't know. I got a little stuck there, but I did give it some thought. Okay. Gin is the easier liquor to make. No need for the long aging to make whiskey or brandy, but you can still add flavors and make it your own product. Got it. Yeah, gin is everywhere, right? There's a series of 4 films named Wishmaster about a jinn. He offers you wishes, and then when the wishes come true, it always ends up bad for the person wishing. Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that, but I know that tends to be a thing, right? Do they call like the monkey's paw, or like be careful what you wish for concept, right? So they always add the twist that's like, oh, I wish for things, and then it grants it to you. But it turns out the thing you wish for doesn't actually give you happiness. It ends up causing some struggles or whatever. So I thought that's why this idea was so good in my mind. Okay, obviously I'm biased, but I thought it was good because it's a nice twist. So instead of like the grantor and the grantee, if you're the one getting the wishes, usually you're getting something initially looking very pleasurable and happy and like exciting, and then the downfall comes. Whereas in this case, it's the reverse. Each time you're being granted your wish, in this case, not a wish, but like whatever. As you answer each of these questions and you dive into some deep trauma in your life, it starts negative, right? Because you're recounting something shameful or guilt-ridden. But then the value is that after telling that story, somehow it's like a nice switch, but then that memory becomes less painful, and all of a sudden it's like you get released from that trauma that you had. So it is a positive, right? And then it's up to the dialogue, and obviously it's like to make it more obvious that there is a nice release and like a feeling of like, I feel lighter because of letting this off. Like, what do you call it? Like getting this off my chest type thing. So to me, I thought that was a good idea, because it's like it's a nice flip on the wish concept and turning it into more of a therapy session. And then doing it 3 times, and by the 3rd one, it's the greatest wish type thing or the greatest trauma. Boom! It's like, and then the dialogue gets, the dude is basically crying by the end of it, that kind of thing. You'd have to have that kind of good dialogue and acting, where it just feels like the tension has built up. Boom! And then somehow the genie says like the right words that kind of helps the dude realize a different way to look at things, and boom, it's all released, and he's happy and he's smiling by the end of it, that kind of stuff. You get my drift. Osgood Perkins made a film like that year, also, The Monkey, loosely based on a Stephen King short story. Interesting. It's a fun concept. Yeah. Like I said, I think it'd be cool. I see it visually in my head. Maybe I can find some people out here who can turn it into a proper script, and then like, I don't know, we'll see. Like I said, I have started meeting some filmmakers and actors and stuff, but it's like such an out there concept, and like, I don't know. But yeah, because then imagine this. Okay, whatever. Anyways, thanks for listening to me pitch my screenplay, right? For a short film. All right, now it is 11:30. I do want to finish this editing. So here we are. We got this shot. It looks decent. And then can we carry it over? This one's shot on the GoPro, so I don't think I can do as much with this one. But I think I like this. And then one thing I need to figure out is like, it is very abrupt when you see the eagle, when the eagle lands, and then it just jumps right to this. And I'm just not good enough to know like what is a good transition to put in there, or if it's good to just have it like jump right away into the next shot. I don't know yet. Part of me feels like there should be some kind of a transition effect in between these two shots. Or like, I don't know. I feel like there needs to be some space in between the two, but I'm not sure. Fed, you said your story is far removed from these other ones. You need to get it made. I agree. Well, thank you guys. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Time to start casting early. But this, like I said, it only works as a short film, and like, man, it all rests on the acting, chemistry, and the actual dialogue, right? Because the whole point of this is like, it's just you stay at the bar the whole time. And because I didn't want to turn this into like an action movie or like something with a lot of crazy stuff. I thought there's something nice about the simplicity of the concept, and like not overly doing too much with the cameras. It's just meant to get like some nice cinematic close-up shots when you see the glass plopping onto the counter, or like how he pours it, or, you know, just like those nice, you know, cool angles. But it's all staying in the bar the whole time. And then it means like whatever the script is has to be so polished. It has to be like, you know, at levels never seen before. Or, yeah, I'm kidding, obviously, but like, yeah, it's got to be like that Quentin Tarantino style, where you can watch any one of his scenes that he's got of like just two people talking for like 10 minutes, and somehow you lose track of time because it's like so absorbing. It feels natural, you know, it feels like a real conversation, not an acting job. So yeah. But listen, that's another thing on my backlog. Like I said, there's a number of people out here, so I might enlist them to help me figure out that script, or I'll ask ChatGPT, Claude AI, those guys to help me formulate it better. Yeah, it's like a Tales from the Crypt episode. What is that? Tales from the Crypt. Tales from the Crypt. It's a horror show from 1989. Oof, that is a bit crazy. Oh yeah, maybe, you know what? I'm fascinated with those like Twilight Zone kind of stuff, or Black Mirror, obviously. And so I'm a big fan of these kind of nice twists, or things that are a bit darker, if you will. Whereas like mine is not meant to be, it doesn't have a dark ending, right? That's the flip. But it is very dark all the way up until the end, because it's like this guy's trauma dumping. So then where this falls apart is like, could I actually come up with 3 solid past life stories that make sense for why he's like spilling his guts about it? And like, because you don't want it to be so abhorrent, whatever he did in the past, where you don't feel for the character, right? Like, he can't be someone who like committed like the most heinous activity in the world type thing, right? So there's got to be this like, you have to choose like certain guilts that he had that feels shameful, but not so much that you're not rooting for the person by the end of it still, you know? Anyways, but yeah, thanks guys for being entertained. At the very least, even if it never gets made, you guys got to hear me word vomit out the concept. So hopefully you guys could visualize whatever I was talking about and imagine it's like the coolest version of whatever I said. And then I'll see if I can make it. Those images are just of the presenter, the crypt keeper, who presents each episode. The episodes themselves are usually more morality tales than outright horror. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like the Twilight Zone then. I didn't grow up with the Twilight Zone, but I watched a bunch in one of my classroom. One of the classes I had in middle school, high school, he had us watch Twilight Zone. It was so much fun. I liked it a lot. Series is based upon comics from the 70s. Okay. All right. Well, guys, it is 11:30 p.m. I think this is probably a good place for me to start winding down, because I forgot that I didn't eat dinner and I went to the gym, so I do need to get some kind of protein in me before it's too late. But that was also a fun stream. Thank you guys. Honestly, that was like the past 3 days had been super fun, even though I was slightly sick or, improving. It's a nice refresher as to why I enjoy doing this. So I appreciate all you guys who hop in on the chat, give advice, or just share knowledge. Today I learned so much about Steven Seagal. I respect his game now. Maybe not the stuff he does off camera. The woman thing you guys mentioned, okay, that's awful. But I can jokingly say I respect the man now for him entertaining me. I didn't know his game. I was unfamiliar with his game. Tales from the Crypt is more often horror related than the Twilight Zone, but yeah, gotcha. Black Mirror is probably the closest we have now, modern day variant. I love Black Mirror stuff. If I could work on if I could be a part of Black Mirror, that'd be so cool. Like whether it's like pitching ideas or whatever roles that they have available, that would be awesome. But yeah. Okay. Let's start winding down. Are my cats here? No. Where are my cats? They're gone. See, even they decided to dip. All right. So thank you, everyone. On the TikTok side, I appreciate it yet again. That was another stream without any technical issues, it seems like. So I appreciate anyone who hopped in and just enjoyed whatever it was that I was doing. We were streaming for almost 5 hours on TikTok. So thank you. I'm going to go ahead and end the TikTok stream now first. Let's go ahead and end live. Thank you. And then on the YouTube and Twitch side of things, thanks everyone as well. One thing I mentioned briefly, and I haven't brought it up again, but I should. I mentioned that I was at that 1 billion follower summit, and I met some people who work for Twitch, and they've built up like a UAE presence now. So I was thinking, I felt a bit premature to reach out to them again to get their advice and whatnot, since I haven't been consistently streaming in the past 2 months or whatever, month and a half. But now as we're getting back into like streaming every day, as we keep doing what we're doing, that's in the back of my mind, because I want to see if I can reach out to those Twitch people and see what are the things that they're doing in the region, what are things that I could do better. Maybe they can do a little diagnostic of like how I'm streaming, what things I should be considering changing. But yeah, my goal is to obviously keep building up the Twitch side of things as well as YouTube. King says, Fed, you really know your films. And also says, Yobel, you better get it made. Well, listen, thank you guys. I'm glad that you are, you guys are encouraging me that the idea is not bad. I like this idea better than your last idea, the Crazy Rich Asian spinoff. What was did I have a Crazy Rich Asian spinoff? I had a Crazy Rich Asian spinoff idea? Maybe I said it in jest, or was this like a proper idea that I stated? Either way, whatever that idea is, I agree that my idea is better than that. So, yeah, like I think part of me says I should just reach out to the people here in Dubai, because like there's nothing worse than what I do, which is I spend all my time with my head in the clouds and I never actually do, right? I'm notorious for thinking but not doing. And I've been, all of this, what you guys have seen throughout this live streaming journey, the reason I even live streamed was all in the name of me trying to break from that character trait and be more of a doer, like act upon things, not just talk about it. Because like one of the thoughts that keeps going in my head is like, what if I pitch this to some people in Dubai, but like they're not the right people to make this idea amazing. But then what am I going to do? Am I going to just sit on this idea and just hope that a Quentin Tarantino says like, oh, I want to work on this? It's like, no, the chance of that is like slim to none. And by then someone else is going to do the idea. So it's better to just do it in whatever form it is. And obviously I can do it again or try different renditions of it in the future. So I think, you know what, as I end this stream, I'm going to send a message to some people, I think, and just ask like if they'd be curious to help me with the script for it. You won't know until you pitch it to them. Yeah, exactly. So thank you guys. Wow. You guys are my Jin, or at least therapy session. You guys are encouraging me to grant my wish to make a short film, right? But I think I'm sitting on a kernel. There's something there that I don't think has been done before. Like, you know, the title Gin and Tonic, I think is not new. Like I think I tried a YouTube Google search type thing. Like there is something that says Gin and Tonic, but they're not about what I'm doing, right? But the title can always change. Who cares about that? I think the core concept of it, I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it. Or if it has been done, it's not like mainstream. So what's the harm in me doing my version of it, right? It's original, and it's like always coming up with the 3 stories that go in between it, right? But take inspiration from Captain Alex. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just get it done. Oh my God, I should have just. I need a poster of Captain Alex that I put somewhere. So whenever I'm in doubt or I'm feeling unmotivated or discouraged, I just look at that picture of Ugandan man and boom, I'm back into it. Spend some time working on the pitch. Definitely spend time to polish your schmoozing skills. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Well, thank you guys. Gin and Tonic is typical of the type of titles they would have for Tales from the Crypt, tongue-in-cheek titles. Yeah, I thought it was tongue-in-cheek style, yes. But if the mood is going to be a bit more on the dark side of things, like a more emotional story, then I guess maybe doing something cheeky doesn't necessarily fit with that. So yeah, I'm open to like changing the title. But the core concept of it, I thought it was like a nice, it's just like a dialogue. Yeah, it's meant to be a dialogue short film. So not action heavy, not crazy cinema heavy, just slow, yeah, slow feels, slow vibes, and just build up of emotion over time. So, and then nice like audio cues. So I would need to have like, because I was thinking, imagine if the episode starts out or near the beginning, you would hear like the door chiming sound, right? As the door opens. And that would be like acting as a trigger in some ways. So the film can start with the door chiming as it opens or closes. And at the very end of the film, let's say if we go with the version where the customer becomes the new bartender / gin, right? Like imagine after he tells his third really heart-wrenching story of guilt and shame, and somehow he's released from it, right? You might hear the voice of the bartender, who is the gin at the time, saying something to release him from it, and he feels happy, and he's like crying or whatever, but it's all close-up. And then by the time he looks up to see where the bartender's gone, right? And the only thing that remains behind the counter is just that gin bottle. And so then the customer walks around, goes to the bartender side, and then, you know, maybe he picks up the bottle and he starts wiping it or puts it away. And then inadvertently, you kind of get the sense that he might all of a sudden be donning the hat of being the new gin, like taking on this role of trying to find someone who needs their own release from their shame or whatever. And then all of a sudden you hear the sound of the doorbell again. You see him like look towards the door and then fade to black, or just pitch black, and that's it. End of the movie. So it's just like a nice cycle continues type feel. Or like, oh, is the next person that's walking in going to be the next one who gets released? Or maybe not. Because I think the trigger has to be that the customer has to ask for that bottle of gin, right? Like you don't just help anyone who walks in. It has to be like somehow a person notices that bottle of gin that's like tucked away, hidden and whatever. And when they ask for that bottle, that's when the magic happens, right? Okay, anyways, it doesn't matter. It can be all those things. The protagonist could be Janiel. It's also okay if your idea continues to evolve and develop. A short film can be both mature, talky with a tongue-in-cheek title, all at once. Good points all around. Yeah, because Yeah, that's a good point. Because then, like, okay. All right. Points all taken. Thank you, guys. I think this is where we will come to a close. So thank you. Where are my cats? Oh, Kimpop is kind of there. So Kimpop says good night. Nala is not there, but Kimpop says good night again. And I say good night. Thank you, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Fed says that's what reminded me of Hellraiser. The first film starts with someone in a bar in an Arab country receiving the puzzle box, and the end scene is a similar thing. I see. Okay. The only issue I run into is, like, let's say if I wanted to make this short film for that Comic-Con concept, drinking is haram, right? In Islamic culture. So showing that and, like, saying, like, this is about the Middle East is a little bit not, it's more of I guess it's a more modern take on things, right? But that could be some areas of conflict. I'm not sure. Okay, thank you, guys. Great stream, says King. See you soon, and make sure to share on Discord. Yes. Yeah. Okay, thanks, guys.